But it's important to see that that's not been without challenges, and those challenges still exist for us. And it needed collaboration between academia, private sector, the electricity utilities, the regulators, policymakers, and then the communities, the consumers' communities. And all had different perspectives. So it was not easy. It continues to be not easy. There's lots of challenges that are being overcome bit by bit, and progress is being made. So that's just one example of the importance of knowledge exchange and collaboration. And I just wanted to kind of highlight that and promote that this is an ongoing area that we want to use the GRC platform to bring conversations around and communities of practice. Another area that we're focusing on is gender inclusivity and female participation in the energy sector. And there's going to be a panel session on that later on today that I'll be pleased to contribute to. So I think I'll just sum up there to say that delighted to be working with EPD. I think the success over the last couple of years has been fantastic. Brilliant to see that a little bit of support through the GRC network has been mobilised and utilised, bringing on more and more partners, more and more support, and the growth has been wonderful to see. And we look forward, as the GRC, with the support of the Scottish Government, to continue to contribute to that during this week of productive discussions and over the coming year through further collaborations. So thank you very much, and look forward to many fruitful discussions over the course of the coming days. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Damian. Can I be heard? Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Damian, for that. And it's fantastic to hear that the GRC collaboration is doing well and that there is, of course, more funding for more activities, and for the interesting example of the private sector solution. And with that, I would open the floor to hear from the private sector. I welcome the representative from the Private Sector Federation, Mr. Kalista Kanamugira. Ooh, forgive me. Oh, is it Mrs. Kalista Kanamugira? Ah, it's Mr.
Hello, good morning. Honorable State Minister of Infrastructure, Her Excellency Ambassador of AU Delegation in Rwanda, distinguished guests, development partners, colleagues from the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor today to represent the Private Sector Federation of Rwanda at this opening remark of this year Energy Week Conference and Exhibition 5th edition. This gathering marks a significant moment in our collective effort to advance Rwanda energy transition. It reflects not only the urgency of the challenges we face not only in Rwanda, but also in other countries where energy is low produced, but also the strong collaboration between government, development partners, and the private sector in driving this innovative, sustainable, and inclusive energy solutions. The private sector plays an increasing central role in this transformation as investors, of course, but also energy providers, innovators, and the partners in different projects, being for government or other private investors from outside. Whether it is through expanding electricity access, scaling clean cooking technologies, investing in commercial and industrial solar solutions, or pioneering e-mobility, the private sector is at the forefront of delivering the real impact on the ground. We take this opportunity to commend the Energy Private Developers Association. This association is among 80 other associations in Rwanda, representing the business operators in the country. But I have to say that it is one of those who are working well in the country. I was saying that we commend this association for its leadership in coordinating and representing the private energy sector. EPD continues to build strategic partnerships that are aligned with both national priorities and the continental goals, such as the African Union Agenda 2063 and the SDG 7, affordable and clean energy for all. As the Private Sector Federation, the umbrella organization in the country, we remain committed to working closely with the government of Rwanda and all stakeholders to ensure a conducive business environment, responsive policies, and market-driven solutions that allow private enterprises to thrive and scale their impacts. We also place great emphasis on ensuring that this energy transition is inclusive, particularly by advancing gender equality, social inclusion. We must ensure that women, youth, and marginalized groups, especially people with disability, can also be involved in different project development and be empowered as active participants and leaders in this sector. As we launch this important week, we encourage open dialogue, practical collaboration, and bold thinking. Let this be a platform where ideas translate into action and partnerships are forged that will shape Rwanda's and Africa's sustainable energy future. I wish you all a productive, insightful, and impactful Energy Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalisa, for that voice of the private sector. And now let's hear from the leadership of our host organization, Dr. Ivan, the Executive Chairman of EPD.
Honorable Minister from the Ministry of Infrastructure, Honorable Chief Investment Officer from Rwanda Development Board, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union in Rwanda, Chief Advocacy Officer of Rwanda Private Sector Federation, distinguished government officials, representatives from development partners, leaders from academia and research institutions, esteemed colleague from energy private sector across Africa and beyond, valued sponsors and supporting partners, members of EPD Association, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm humbled to stand in front of you this morning as a founder member of EPD and the chairman for the last years. This association has been existing since 2012. So today, 13 years, and EPD is the Energy Association under Private Sector Federation. So Private Sector Federation is organized into chambers, and then the chambers are organized into associations. So we are one of the association forming the Chamber of Industry, and EPD is organized into subsectors. We have solar subsectors, we have hydro subsectors as part of the Rwanda Energy Week 2025. This year gathering comes at a critical moment as to a just, inclusive, and sustainable energy transition. The next Energy Week conference and exhibition, so meaning our 6th edition, will happen next year between 8th and 12th September here in Kigali, and we are announcing it so that you are able to book your calendar. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest appreciation to the leadership of Rwanda, and especially the Ministry of Infrastructure, our line ministry, for their continuous leadership and collaboration with the private sector in shaping the national energy landscape. I also extend sincere gratitude to the development partners, including LuxDev, GIZ, SNV, the European Union, World Resource Institution, IRENA, BUE, and many others for technical, financial, and institutional support in advancing access to energy in Rwanda. I take this special moment to consider the presence of the ambassador of the European Union for one reason. When we started in 2012, the first support we got to start came from Germany, an organization called BFZ, and we recognize them even if they are not here today. To our colleagues from the global energy private sector, particularly Malawi, Zambia, Scotland, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, and China, beyond your presence today and collaboration is a reflection of our shaped belief in cross-border innovation and partnerships. We also recognize the role of academic and research institutions that continue to provide evidence-based solution, training, data-driven insight that inform the decisions we make as policymakers and industry leaders. This conference would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors, whose financial and in-kind contribution have made this gathering a reality. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Global Renewable Center, GRC, and the Scottish Government, Strathclyde University, Luxembourg Development Aid under the Sphere Project, GIZ and ENDEV, Spiro Limited, Rwanda Development Bank, Energicoter, RCCDN, Solectra, Signature, Prev, Auto24, and Steven Group. Your partnership is a testimony to your belief in energy sector and the joint effort to find solutions. To EPD members company, I want to thank you for your relentless drive in expanding access to electricity and clean energy technology across Rwanda and the region. From the innovation in solar home system, commercial and industrial solar solution, to clean cooking technology and e-mobility platform, your efforts are powering a real transformation. Private developers have been and will continue to be the engine of Africa energy transition. I would also like to extend a special recognition to the Scottish Government, the Global Renewable Center, GRC, and the University of Strathclyde. They supported EPD's institutional operation over the past 2 years. A word of thanks to you, because this would not have been possible without your support. This support have strengthened our capacity to coordinate private sector actors, build partnerships, and continue to national and regional dialogue, as highlighted earlier by the CEO of EPD in his welcoming remarks. Thanks to this support, EPD has become a proactive institution, delivering impact through advocacy, technical engagement, and partnerships. While we celebrate the progress made, much remains to be done. To that end, I take this opportunity to extend a call to action to development partners, donors, and institutions across sectors to join us in scaling efforts in the following areas: capacity building for local developers and technicians, research and development in emerging energy technologies, policy dialogue and proposal development, technical assistance to energy enterprises, access to finance, especially for small and growing businesses, database and digitization in energy systems, public awareness campaign, and most importantly, gender equality and social inclusion, where still we face a significant gap in women's participation in energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the path toward a sustainable, inclusive, and innovative energy future for Africa will only be achieved through strong collaboration, strategic investment, and a unified commitment to a shared vision. Let us use this platform to connect, share, and most importantly, plan actions. On behalf of VPD, I welcome you once again, and I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and impactful conference. Looking forward to engage more in this week through panel discussions, exhibition, and site visit planned on Thursday this week. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Please, Dr. Ivan, don't leave the stage. Ooh, you're going to have to walk right back. Don't do me how Serge did me. Please kindly do the honors of inviting our honorable EU ambassador. Thank you.
I take this opportunity, and I'm humbled to invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union, to come to the stage and address the audience. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Ivan. So, Honorable Minister of State, Ambassador Jean Didier, Chief Investment Officer of RDB, dear Michel, Chair of the EPD, CEO of EPD, CEO of the Rwanda Energy Group, all protocols observed, business involved on energy, academia, sponsors, supporters, members of Team Europe. It's such a great honor to be here this morning in this beautiful Norskin, which is a testament of a green investment, green building, but also surrounded by all the initiatives and all the business that are promoting green energy that they're exposed in this exhibition. And it's a great honor to be here today in the 5th edition of the Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth Conference and Exhibition. Allow me to thank the government of Rwanda, the Energy Private Developers Association, and all partners for convening this important platform. The theme of this year's Energy Week, Empowering Africa's Energy Future, Innovation, Transition, and Sustainability, captures perfectly both the challenges and the opportunities before us. Rwanda has become a beacon of vision and ambition in this space. Rwanda has set ambition targets under the NST2, Universal Energy Access, 60% renewable energy generation, and universal clean cooking by 2030. From harnessing methane in Lake Kivu to planning the first small modular nuclear reaction on the continent, Rwanda is not just participating in the global energy transition, but shaping it. The European Union and Team Europe, we are proud to stand along with Rwanda in advancing clean energy, climate action, and sustainable development. This ambition aligns well with the global climate agenda and the commitment under the Paris Agreement. Investing in renewable energies is not only about increasing generation capacity, but it is about reducing emissions, protecting ecosystems, and creating green jobs that drive inclusive growth. For Africa, renewable energy is a strategic choice. It harnesses abundant natural resources like sand, wind, water, or biomass to fuel sustainable development while protecting the future generations. And I'm glad that Rwanda is increasingly being seen at the forefront of clean energy transition. Let me share some of the projects that makes us proud in this space. There is a project that embodies what partnerships, collaboration can achieve. And this is the Rusizi 3 regional hydropower plant. And I see many of the partners in the Rusizi endeavor here today. At 206 megawatt, it will bring clean, affordable electricity to millions across Rwanda, Burundi, and the DRC. It will increase the competitiveness of the private sector and investors in the region. And it is much more than infrastructure investment. It is a symbol of regional integration, peace building, and shared prosperity. Team Europe, the EU, together with the member states also here present, the EIB, KfW, has mobilized over 267 million in grants and loans in this regard. Building on this progress, we're also preparing for RE4SG 4. They're already underway, the preparation, showing the long-term commitment for regional energy cooperation. As I'm talking also on behalf of Team Europe, a number of member states are also committed on the extraction of methane in Lake Kivu to generate electricity, effectively turning a potential ecological threat into a power source. And this is what the EU Global Gateway is about. It's about large-scale transformational investment that connects countries, builds resilience, and deliver lasting benefits to people. And this is the essence of the Team Europe, coming together, public EU governments, but together with private sectors to deliver more impact. This vision is also embedded in the African Union EU Joint Vision 2030, which sets out a shared commitment to a just and equitable green transition. Together, the EU and Africa, we've pledged to accelerate access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy while ensuring that no one is left behind. This joint vision underlines that Africa's energy future is central to our collective climate ambitions and to global stability. But a partnership is not only about infrastructure. It's about working with private sector, empowering private sector, and ensuring that every household can have access to clean and affordable energy. And that's what we're also working in scaling up the clean cooking solutions through projects like the CEDA, like the RE4SG that you also saw here as one of the sponsors, implemented by some of the Team Europe, the tens of thousands of households that are already benefiting from climate-smart agroforestry, sustainable biomass, and improved cooking technology. Our joint ambition is high. More than 500,000 households reached with women-empowered health and environmental protection at the center. So taking together all these investments from hydropower plants on the Rusizi River to clean cooking in the Rwandan homes, that reflects the essence of our partnership in the energy sector in the continent. It shows what we're doing, working together side by side, from the regional level to the household, to the business, to deliver just and sustainable energy transition. So ladies and gentlemen, this conference is an excellent opportunity to learn, to share, and to forge partnerships. Let us seize it to accelerate Africa's energy transformation, not only for growth, but for sustainability, resilience, and inclusion. Let us remember, renewable energy is not only a technological solution, it's a political choice. A choice to deliver on climate action and to uphold our commitments in the African Union 2063 agenda, our joint EU-AU joint 2030 agenda, and to empower the youth with opportunities in the green economy. So the EU and Team Europe, we stand ready to partner, to continue this partnership, to walk this journey together with the Rwanda, with the African Union, with the region, with the business, with academia, with all here you present today. Together, we can build a joint future that is smart, that is sustainable, and that is sovereign. So I wish you fruitful deliberations throughout the week. Thank you very much, Murakoze cyane.
A big thank you to you, Your Excellence. And indeed, renewable energy is a political decision. Now, let's welcome the Chief Investment Officer from the Rwanda Development Board, Madame Michelle. And while you are up there giving us a remark, when you finish, please do the honors of inviting our guest of honor, the Minister of State of Infrastructure, for his official opening. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State, Excellency Ambassador of EU, Dr. Ivan Twagirishema, Executive Chairman of EPD, Mr. Serge Wilson, CEO of EPD, Chief Advocacy Officer of the PSF, distinguished representatives of the European Union and the Scottish Global Renewable Centre, valued partners, colleagues, distinguished business leaders, all protocols observed, good morning. On behalf of the Rwanda Development Board, it is really my great honor to warmly welcome you to the 5th edition of the Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth Conference and Exhibition. I'm truly privileged to address you on this important occasion. Allow me to extend my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the Energy Private Developers, EPD, for convening this remarkable gathering. Over its 5 editions, this conference has not only grown in scale, but also in influence, establishing itself as a vital platform for dialogue, innovation, and collaboration in pursuit of a sustainable energy future. Rwanda's journey itself, I think, is a living testament to what is possible. After the tragedy of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, Rwanda has shown that visionary leadership, strategic planning, and unwavering commitment, a nation can transform its energy landscape within a single generation. In 2014, just 18% of Rwandans had access to electricity. Today, you've heard it, more than 80% are connected. And we remain firmly on course to achieve universal access by 2030. Remarkably, a significant share of this energy now comes from renewable sources, positioning Rwanda as a continental leader in clean energy adoption. And as Ambassador of the EU, Mrs. Belen said, it really is a political choice. It's a political will to have a clean and green economy. At the Rwanda Development Board, we take pride in supporting the national agenda for clean energy and sustainable development. Since 2008, we've implemented more than 50 reforms that have made doing business in Rwanda easier. And this, I think, speaks directly to the private developers. As Rwanda's one-stop center for investment facilitation, RDB has been instrumental in shaping an enabling environment for renewable energy investments. To cite a few, we've streamlined our processes, which means that we've reduced business registration time to just a few hours and simplifying environmental compliance procedures. We have attractive incentives in place, like corporate income tax exemptions for renewable energy projects, 0% import duty on renewable energy equipment, and accelerated depreciation allowances. The progress of Rwanda's renewable energy sector underscores the power of effective public-private partnerships. We particularly value EPD's contributions in facilitating knowledge transfer and capacity building, connecting Rwandan opportunities with global investors, many of them African that I've heard in the room today, advocating for enabling policy frameworks, supporting the development of local supply chain and technical expertise. As we look to Vision 2050, we mentioned the National Strategic Transformation second one. Rwanda aspires to position itself as a regional energy hub. This is to leverage our strategic location and stable governance for energy trading, innovation, and investment. We also aspire to be a clean manufacturing destination, attracting energy-intensive industries such as aluminum processing, data centers, and green hydrogen production. Similar to that, we also aspire to become an innovation center, serving as a test bed for smart grids, energy storage, and electric mobility solution. Last but not least, a capacity building hub, developing centers of excellence for renewable energy, education, research, and technical training. To our private developers, international, Pan-African investors, Rwanda offers more than investment opportunities. We truly offer partnership in building the future, and would like to invite you to explore long-term partnerships with us to develop projects that deliver lasting community value alongside sustainable returns. We invite you again to innovate with purpose. Bring your cutting-edge solutions to Rwanda, where enabling policies and committed leadership can foster your rapid growth. Build local capacity. Partner with Rwandan institutions to create platforms for skills development and knowledge transfer. I know we already have that as a platform within the EPD. I encourage you to also think regional. Use Rwanda as a launchpad to access East African and wider continental markets. As I conclude, Rwanda's renewable energy journey, I think, proves that ambitious goals supported by political will, strategic planning, and effective partnerships can deliver transformational results. So as we move into the next phase of development, the opportunities for collaboration are immense. With our strong foundations that I mentioned earlier, like political stability, business-friendly policies, our growing energy demand, and commitment to sustainability, we're ready to scale to new heights together. To our partners at Energy Private Developers, thank you for your continued leadership in convening this important platform. To all participants, I encourage you to explore Rwanda's opportunities and join us in building a renewable energy future that inspires Africa and the world. I'd like to finish by saying that Rwanda is open for business and committed to strong, enduring partnerships. With that, I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister of State of Infrastructure to give his remarks. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Michelle. Your Excellency, the EU Ambassador to Kigali, Chief Investment Officer of RDB, the CEO of APD, the Executive Chairman of APD, CEO of Rwanda Energy Group, representative from government agencies, the private sector, Federation here, members here, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome everyone to the 5th edition of the Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth Conference, which is part of the Energy Week in 2025. So on behalf of the government of Rwanda and the Ministry of Infrastructure, I sincerely thank our partners, the private sector, development agencies, researchers, and all attendees who come together to promote dialogue and cooperation in shaping the future of energy. Quite remember this conference over the time, so it's very happy to be back in 2025 because it has over the years grown into a unique platform that brings together policymakers, innovators, investors, and practitioners committed to accelerating the energy transition across Africa. So I'm very eager to tour the exhibition booth and see the latest innovative ideas and technologies that are in our energy sector. So I hope everyone around here will be in as well. I was asking Ivan how many exhibitors we have across. So it will be very interesting for everyone to move around and see where we are. I mean, sometimes we have innovative ideas in the energy sector, but also in many other sectors, and we are not aware of them. And we do policies or investments or other decisions without using the existing innovations that are already in place. So I hope for everyone this becomes a good platform to be able to learn what's happening and what can be done. So in Rwanda, the renewable energy is central to our national development strategy. I'm sure many of you have read the National Strategy for Transformation. In the National Strategy for Transformation for the next 5 years, our goal is clear. It's to provide a universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy while supporting global effort to combat climate change. We do even have a share of renewable energy in our national strategy for transformation. I was not going to be hard to ask you which share is it. Right? They just invite you to go and read. That shows the strength we give to not only just the energy, but also the energy mix in the country. Over the past decade, Rwanda has achieved significant progress, expanding electricity access, diversifying its energy source, and promoting innovative solutions in off-grid electrification, clean cooking, and regional power trade. Today, Rwanda's energy mix reflects a balanced and forward-looking approach. Our installed generation capacity is around 465 megawatt from 110 megawatt in 2014. But we need more energy. I think I had the CEO talking about that you're ready for more PPAs. We also ready, we need much more energy. Hopefully the private sectors you're here, we continue to engage more. I think the growth of Rwanda, which Michelle and others lead, and the private sector leads, has surpassed our projection in the last years, and I think we're in a period where we need to generate more, of course, keeping in mind the energy mix we've given ourselves as a target. So I do invite everyone here, the private sector, development partners, to help us in the new journey where we need to actually quickly catch up on the growth the country is having. I think we've powered the country, and then it has grown faster than we expected. So, but that's good. We need to also fasten the way we generate energy. So I do welcome you giving us your proposals on how you can help us in generating more. You know that our generation mix is a combination of hydro, solar, peat, thermal, and methane to power plants, so which provide stability and resilience. And so far, renewable sources only count at 56%, currently from hydro and solar sources. That means that renewable continues to play an increasing central role in meeting our national demand. By 2030, Rwanda aims to expand its capacity to 615 megawatt. I think that was the area projection. CEO, we have an even bigger projection for 2030. And I know what we are producing, I think renewable will be bigger. I think we're planning bigger solar power plant very soon. And that will steadily increase the share of renewable to more than 60% in the energy mix to support green growth and industrialization and climate finance. So, but let me, at this point, commend the tireless effort of our world development partners and all stakeholders, including the EU. The EU has been in the energy sector for some time, and most of the progress we've achieved. And I'm glad to hear how excited you are for RE4SG 3, RE4SG 4, and our other support. And, you know, we thank you for that and count us on your side to continue work together in that. The World Bank as well. I know we're discussing with the World Bank some solar systems across in the East and so on. The support into that, the African Development Bank, which is actually the biggest partner we have now with the current projects that are ongoing, mostly in electricity, in access, KfW, and the Sustainable Growth Renewable Energy Center, and among others, whose all you partners, the technical and financial support has been instrumental in driving our progress, and we still want to continue work with you to achieve our targets. So we are deeply grateful for their commitment and collaboration, which have enabled us to scale up projects, expand access, and adopt the new technologies. While progress is being made, Rwanda and Africa still face persistent barriers, particularly, specifically in this time, the high cost of financing and limited access to affordable technologies. So Rwanda, therefore, calls for scaled-up financial support technology transfer, and stronger public-private partnerships. So we've been able to provide energy, electricity to our people, but it's still not yet affordable to a rate we want this industrialization to pick up. So though we're calling you to come and help us and work with us towards generating more, expanding more, but this time we'll have even much more focus on the affordability of electricity we produce and how it helps in expanding our industries and growing the wealth of our people. It's only by closing these gaps that we accelerate the deployment of renewable energy solutions across the continent. We strongly support Mission 300, which aims to deliver clean energy access to 300 million Africans by 2030. And Rwanda is ready to contribute, both by implementing an ambitious national program and by serving as a regional hub for innovation and knowledge sharing to enhance sustainability, affordability, and reliability through catalyzing investment. So this theme that you chose, renewable energy for sustainable growth, it does remind us, and I think many speakers have touched on that energy is not just about powering homes and industries. It is also enabling livelihoods and improving healthcare, education, driving innovation, and safeguarding our planet for future generations. I also want to recognize the exceptional contribution of the private sector, the local innovators, startups who have participated in this conference and exhibition. I think your creativity, resilience, forward-looking solution demonstrate that Rwanda is not just a consumer of global technology, but also a generator of homegrown innovations. From clean cooking technologies and solar-powered irrigation systems. I'm really, really eager to visit some solar-powered irrigation systems. It's been very interesting with the conversation we've been having with the people in Rwanda Energy Group of increasing our solar mix, in some of them telling me the intermittence of solar. So looking forward to hear from people who have installed the solar-powered irrigation systems and how feasible they are, and then maybe we'll learn from it. But innovation has been key, has been driving many of our sectors. We want to try and lean on innovation as well in energy sector. So we commend all your efforts and encourage you to continue being bold, inventive, and impactful. So the government of Rwanda remains committed to working hand in hand with you, creating an enabling environment that nurtures entrepreneurship and facilitates access to finance, and support, of course, research and development. So I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this annual event, and sponsors, and everyone who supported. Yeah. Thank you for creating such a meaningful and impactful gathering. So with these remarks, it's now my honor to officially declare the 5th edition of the Renewable Energy for Sustainable Growth and Conference and Exhibition open. So I wish you fruitful deliberation and successful engagement throughout the week. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for officially opening the 5th edition. Now, to mark this opening, I would like to introduce a new energy project and welcome a representative from Energy Cotel for a brief introduction and project launch. You sadly have the challenging task of doing this in 5 minutes.
Good morning, all protocol observed. My name is Karin Mukashaka. I'm an electrical engineer and managing director of Energy Cotel. Energy Cotel is a private company that is a member of Peace Africa Group, a Rwandan group. So we are having a project we are launching, but before that, I want to let the audience know who we are, what we do, and then call for you to come and invest in our business through a bond. $5 minutes to reduce the one for presentation, huh? So, NH Hotel, we are a private sector. The next slide so that we can manage to be in the time. Next slide, please. We are an IPP. We operate hydropower plants who have been there for over a decade. So the Kea, Ngora, and Kimbili. And also we partnered with Rwanda Energy Company to do the methane gas resource development. And now we are expanding regionally. We are developing a project in Kenya, Sahaya County, a hydro, being a lead developer and a majority shareholder in that company. And also we are pursuing hydro opportunities across Africa. I know most of the people know us as IPP, but we also do engineering consultants. So we have been in partnership with ICOM to do the supervision of Rusumo hydropower plant, a regional project. We also we completed, you know, the Rubavu port, the first port in Rwanda. We did the substation there, and we are also busy doing the substation of Rusizi port. And we have also done some studies, preferably for a project in Kenya. Apart for our strategic growth, we are now diversifying our business. Now we are having ECTL gas, so we'll be having an LPG power plant at one of our plots, and also do the wholesale and distribution. This is a project that we are going to kick off RE in 2026. We are also expanding in solar. We are partnering with various innovators to provide solar solution for both national and regional solar projects. I want to focus slightly to our LPG. So we want to let you know that we'll be there, available for you, with strong and safe cylinders, working weekend and holidays to make sure that you cook and do fast and easy delivery. We'll be having digital orders so that you can give you better services, and also, of course, your voice count. We will listen, we improve as we care about you. So Energy Hotel, we are for sure your reliable energy provider, and we have made gas supply simple for you, household and wholesale. Now come the project we want to let you know. So we are public listed on the stock exchange. We have an approved bond of 6.5. The first tranche we raised 3.5 in 2021. And now we have opened announcement of 2 billion part for this long-term bond. So the opening has been done on the 1st September. We are closing on September. We are calling you people to come and invest in our company through a bond. We announced the results by 1st October and to the investors. We are planning to list to the stock exchange on the 10th October. So if you want to know details, we have our transaction advisor, the lead one, BK Capital. They're also the brokerage. They're the one that help us to invest in that bond. We have been working as BDO as our reporting accountant, and of course, BK as the paying and fiscal agent to make sure that your fund is safe. Thank you, and we are available as a team if you need more details. Thank you.
Did it. Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping the time. Now let's capture this moment. I would like to invite a few people in front, well, not a few, for a big group photo. So everybody who's done the remarks, please come in front. And the Energy Week and Conference sponsors, EPD Platinum members, EPD board members, and EPD partners. For the sponsors, whew, this will be tough. It's Luxembourg, Spiro, LuxDev, BRD, GIZ and Dev, Prev, Irena, Energy Cotel, Auto 24, RCCD, Solectra, B-Box, Asteven Group, Signature. For platinum it's Solectra, EAP, Colmena Group. Some can be in front. Colmena Group, Shema Power, Lake Kivu Limited, Davis and that one is tough. Partners, of course, yeah, I could not say that. PK Foundation, for partners, the Scottish Government, PSF, World Resource Institute, SNV, Koblenz, BK Foundation, Rema, Karena, Tarea, Kerea, Chalmers, BIWE. Again, it's everybody who's done the welcoming remarks, the Energy Week sponsors. If I've not mentioned you and you know you've sponsored, please come in front. EPD Platinum members, EPD board members, and EPD partners. Please, on the count of 1, 2, 3, let's all say EPD. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to take a short 20-minute break for networking and coffee, and also to officially open the exhibition. This will be done by our representative from RDB, Madame Michelle. You'll be officially opening the exhibition. And the exhibition is inside, but also outside at the parking. To the right is the exhibition for the e-mobility cars. Thank you all so much. Let's be back in 20 minutes. We start inside. Surge. time during lunch to be able to talk more, to network more. Please, it's not networking time anymore. You have more time during lunch to exchange more. Can you hear me? Please, louder. Thank you. I signed up to be MC. I did not know I had to do exercise also. Oh, with heels. It's not easy. So welcome back. Now we'll turn to our very first panel discussion, but before that, I just want to reiterate again that today at 5 p.m. we have the business matchmaking. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be quiet. Please, let's be quiet, let's be quiet. We want to finish on time. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Yo? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So as I was saying, welcome back. I just want to reiterate that at 5 p.m. we will be having the business matchmaking where you can continue these discussions and networking. And please, just right outside, there's a desk where you can register with time slot to see some of these companies. A list of companies. Please, can you display the list of companies that have already registered for the business and matchmaking? The list of companies that are ready to meet you guys will be displayed, but if you're a company and organization that has not signed up, please, there's a desk outside for you to do that. And if you're interested to see any of these companies that will be projected, please sign up just outside at the entrance at the desk for the business and matchmaking, and that will be at 5 p.m. Now, without wasting any more time, let's turn to a very first panel discussion, which is going to be on Rwanda's NST ESPP implementation, which is the analysis of the National Strategy for Transformation, NST2, the progress. And I would like to invite to the stage our moderator, Mr. Paul Museveni, who's also going to be the MC for tomorrow, and he will struggle like me today. Paul, please, the floor is yours.
Take it, please. Can you rectify this? It's not working. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please, we're in the Energy Week, and we have to make sure that we energize ourselves, right? So my task here is simple. I'm going to introduce my panel. Thank you. Please, I need you to help me when I read the name of the members of the panel. He will just come on the stage, and I'm going to take a few minutes to read his or her bio, and your work is to clap for him or her, right? Agreed? Please allow me to welcome Mr. Nwamanya Emmanuel. You're not clapping, guys. Mr. Emmanuel is acting head of the policy planning at Ministry of Infrastructure, of course in Rwanda. He holds a master's degree in economic policy and management from Makerere University in Uganda. He has been in the Ministry of Infrastructure for more than now 8 years. Emmanuel contributed in developing the infrastructure sector strategic plan, the previous one, 2027-2024, which was aligned to NSS1, sorry, and as well the recent infrastructure sector strategic plan, which is aligned in the current NS2. Emmanuel, you are welcome. The second panelist is Mr. Vuningoma Foster. Foster holds a master's degree in business administration and has been an environment and climate change activist for the last 14 years. Currently, he's a coordinator at Rwanda Climate Change and Development Network. Allow me also to welcome Mr. Gareth Walsh. You're not clapping, guys. Mr. Gareth is a global director for climate change, for energy advisory at Tony Blair Institute of Global Change. He has 20 years of experience in consulting in utilities, financials, regulating power markets, advising government leaders. He has worked in UK, US, Africa, and Asia. He has advised 12 governments in strategy, investment, regulation and market design, energy access, and power trade. Allow me also to welcome Mr. Saroj Rai. Mr. Saroj Rai is currently working as a development manager and advisor at the SNV Rwanda. He's a seasoned development manager and an advisor focused on sustainable energy market development and climate change. The only lady we have on the panel, allow me to welcome Francine Munyaneza. I think she should not sit on the, thank you so much for staying. He's the founder and the CEO of Munyax Eco, a renewable energy advocate, gender equality champion, and Francine Munyaneza is a Rwandan entrepreneur, a clean energy leader with 12 years of experience. You're welcome. Our task here, lady and gentlemen, is very simple. We are going to set a very strong tone for the next of the week. For the next of the week, all discussions that are going to be around this discussion today. We shall be focusing on an energy strategic plan in relations to National Energy for Transformation, NSS2, which has a goal to achieve the universal access from the current 82.2% and increase power generation from the current 465 megawatt to 616 megawatt, and with a renewable share of the 60% from the current 51% by 2030. Others have been discussing 2029, but let's keep 2030 to align with our global goals. I will start with Emmanuel. Please hold the mic. I would like you to dissect the NSS2 aligned by energy strategic plan. Our technical team, please. All right. Particularly in increasing both energy capacity generation and universal access.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor to talk about the alignment of Energy Sector Strategic Plan 2024-2029. I think, as you know, 1 year has ended, 2024-2025. So we are now in 2025-2026. and we have started implementation of the second year of National Strategy for Transformation that is aligned to the energy sector strategic plan. So as you made it clear, alignment was made during the preparation of both documents. So there were a number of sessions that were undertaken during the preparation of both the NST2 and energy sector strategic plan. So as you said, the aim is the universal access. As of today, 84% of the households are accessing electricity. What I need to mention here is that the role of private sector is very pertinent with regard to increasing this electricity access, because when you check the statistics, you may find that like the off-grid connectivity contributes a lot to this access that we are talking about, almost 25% of off-grid connectivity. The other thing I want to talk about, the medium term, the NST2, we need also consider that this is implementing the Vision 2050. And this Vision 2050 puts much emphasis as one of the key considerations for success. It's all about increasing the role of private sector in terms of in the development that we envisage. So you understand the alignment comes from the long-term planning to the medium term, and the role of the private sector here is key with regard to implementation of these two documents, the ESSP and the National Strategy for Transformation, second generation, as well as the Vision 2050. I think NST2 and even the ESSP has some key indicators which I think private sector has to play a key role. We've been talking about clean cooking. Clean cooking is very critical, and the role of the private sector, the civil society organizations and the government has to be intertwined to make sure that we are achieving the targets. For instance, if we want to increase non-biomass clean cooking we want to reach at 39%. So your role is very key, is critical. So this alignment of ESSP and NST2 requires concerted efforts, of course, including the private sector, to make sure that we reach the targets. So as you said, increasing generation capacity is also a key priority, which we think and which we want to see your role in terms of how do we increase access, leveraging on the resource that we have, the solar energy. Can we do it as a private sector? Can we venture into that investment to make sure that we increase our generation capacity? Of course, as we said, we are targeting reaching 615 megawatts, but with the role of the private sector, with the more investments coming in by the private sector, we hope we can even go beyond the 615, but what we need to understand is, are we meeting demand? So demand is also something that we need to consider, and the role of private sector, because today we are saying demand, we are meeting it, but in the future, we need to see increasing demand, also increasing supply. So that's what the renewable energy share. The renewable energy share that we want to make sure that we reach more than 60%. investments in renewable energies is very key. If we are to increase the renewable energy share, we will not only depend on the hydroelectric power, but we will see other sources that are renewable to make sure that we reach the target. So the role of private sector is very key. I don't know. That's
thank you,
what
Emmanuel.
I want to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Really, the targets are too ambitious. I cannot say that it's going to be a role of the government alone. It needs a collective actions from both private sector, development partners, and everyone here. Thank you, Emmanuel, on that. Let's come back. That gives us a second thought to come to Francine. Francine, I want you to wear many hats today. You're going to present the private sector. You're going to present women in the energy sector and gender equality. So I want, when you are answering your questions, know that you are wearing many hats. My first question to you is, of course, from Emmanuel, is the role of the private sector. In the private sector perspective, what investment opportunities and risks exist in achieving this goal that we are yet and we are seeing to achieve?
Thank you, Paul, and good morning to everyone. You are putting me a lot of hats. We are always asking too much from women. We can see that. But we will try to see how to answer to the question. First of all, we are talking about renewable energy. We are talking about NST2. And for us, renewable energy, it's linked to climate change, definitely. Climate change, it's a big issue. It's a big problem. We all face that all over the world, including in Rwanda. And it's a real problem, but also it's an opportunity, definitely. It's an opportunity because it's a new sector where all of us, we can create jobs, we can promote skills, we can really develop local content, something very important, because we are often forgetting that. We can develop skills, training, capacity building. We can develop the private sector. And again, my colleague here mentioned it about NST2. It's really integrating all. We can also develop the industrialization, the manufacturing of solar equipment. So there is so much opportunities. There is so much need. And you have seen even before, my dear friend Karine from Energy Cotel said that she's coming also to solar energy. So all of us, it's important. We have needs, not only in Rwanda, but in Africa. We have this, in NST2, we have this idea, very ambitious idea, as you say, all of you, a very ambitious idea to have 50% renewable energy. And again, this is a big opportunity. This is really an opportunity to invest, an opportunity to collaborate, to partner. There are so much, as I mentioned, needs. Example, at Munyakseko, we are in commercial and industrial rooftop, with storage, without storage. We are in mini-grid, we are in solar water heaters. This is also a very good solution to reduce your consumption of electricity. We are also in agriculture. Solar energy for agriculture, solar cool room, solar irrigation, solar drying, so many things. Solar water pumping, access to water also. Productive use, we talk a lot about productive use. We can do solar tailor machine, we can do solar for, how do you call that, to shave and to cut the hair. There are so many, you can't imagine, so much need and so much opportunity. And thanks to NST2, where there's a great vision. The idea is really to integrate all, to integrate agriculture, industrialization, and to really see how we can develop renewable energy with all of this development that we are seeing for our country. So definitely, it's a great opportunity we have in our country and in Africa, definitely. And about the risk, yes, when there is also opportunity, when there is investment, there is some risk. As you requested to explain the risk. Many risks linked to the fact that we are in landlocked country. Supply chain can be a big issue, and I'm sure that many of us who are importing material, we are facing that as a landlocked country, delays linked also to the international context. We have this big challenge, which can be resolved also thanks to NST2 also with the vision and with our strengths as private sector to see how we can also go to industrialization, manufacturing our product. We all go to China, to Turkey, to wherever, and it's important that we do that here. Big challenge, definitely, but it's possible. And NST2 also includes some incentives to be able to do that. Regulations, that's the big also challenge that we have when we are facing, when we are working in solar energy. We have some advantages, but it's not enough. We need more to be able to develop ourselves and to answer to the need of the market. We are mentioning the net metering, the regulation about maximum of solar system that we can do, 100 kilowatt peak. It's not enough, we need more. I know that there is some sensitization, there is some change of mindset slowly. And so we are positive that something will come, but we still need to do a lot of work to really see how regulation can facilitate our work. Finance, access to finance, we all know, very important. There is some effort which has made green finance, but definitely we need more. It's not only Muniax Eco, it's not only Energy Cotel, but it's all the younger companies who are coming on the market who really need support to be able to work properly. But finance doesn't mean also to finance only the company, but to finance education, to finance skills, because solar energy has been in Rwanda average 10, 12 years, something like that, developing. So it's still new. We don't have all the skills, the competencies, so we need to invest in that. We need to have facilitation. I know that also in NST2 they are mentioning it. But again, the theory and the practicability can be different, so very important that we see and we dialogue together with institutions and local government to see how we can make it practicable, because sometimes we have very good solutions, but to apply them, believe me, it's a really big challenge. Another important point, a risk, exchange rate. We are facing all of that. We're importing, all of us. And again, I mentioned industrialization can really compensate that one, but definitely to see how we can find solution, protect ourselves regarding exchange rates will be a very good solution. Did you ask me some question about incentives or?
It will come next, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so all of that, thank you very much. Very important, if we need to develop ourselves, we need to work together, institution, private sector, and there are some work which have been doing, there are some improvement, but I think that we still have a lot of work to do to really reach the ambitious target. Thank you.
Thank you, Francine. If I can summarize, renewable energy for the private sector comes automatically, it's climate change mitigation. And of course, it's cross-cutting to all sectors, as she has highlighted. It's not just powering streets and powering our homes, but also having innovative ideas how to use this renewable energy to all sectors, health sector, agriculture sector. Every sector needs energy, so it's cross-cutting. For the risks, logistical risks, of course, risk of money. We are here looking for money. Every day we look for money. And of course, exchange rates. Since we are not producing much, every raw materials has to be imported, and you have to buy it in hard currencies. So thank you so much for highlighting that.
My pleasure.
If I can come to Mr. Gareth. As a development partner and an institution like yours, what role can you play in implementation of energy strategic plan, but also NSS2 as well?
Thank you. I guess brief background. So the Tony Blair Institute, we're 1,000 people globally, 300 people in Africa. Our focus is supporting governments, working with governments, helping governments move from that process from strategy through to policy, through to actually delivering and building the capacities of the institutions as they go. I guess at a personal level, I came to Rwanda in 2012 when EPD was established. So this is quite an inspiring event for me to see that over the last 12 years, or 13 years, much of the success in Rwanda has been driven by the private sector and the people in this room. And I think, you know, the job of government is to sort of steward that dynamism, which generally they've done a good job doing. So historically in Rwanda, we've supported through Mininfra on the policy side, through REG, various things, the reform of AWASA into REG, if people remember that. A lot of the generation projects that are coming to fruition now, we kind of were supporting back in the early days, delivering on the off-grid strategy and supporting some of the initial off-grid companies to come into the market, and then working with Emmanuel on the last ESSP, the last energy sector strategic plan. So it's great to see that a lot of the lessons from the off-grid sector are now being sort of built upon as we're looking to scale clean cooking in the country. I'd say the work that we're going to focus on with Mininfra and the government moving forward is really about sort of laying the foundations for the next phase of Rwanda's sort of energy journey, if you like, sort of moving the energy sector from what has delivered a lot of success, attracting investment, but has been a cost center for the government, to moving towards being financially sustainable and that engine of economic growth that can actually drive development in the country. The work that we're doing and have started to do now is sort of supporting the government to move from planning through to project feasibility, through to tendering projects, through to how they're financed, through to how they're delivered, and looking at how that can be done more quickly, more efficiently, overall with the objective of bringing down costs, de-risking investment for the private sector and accelerating delivery, and ultimately helping move the sector to financial sustainability.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are not just planning for 2030, 2029, we are planning even for generations to come. And our partner here is looking to support the government and the country at large to achieve that for sustainability. Let me come to, of course, as a development partner, from Mr. Rai. I know you are at SNV, you are mainly more into supporting the mini grids and accelerate this rural electrification. What technical supports do you bring on board in terms of helping these developers who would like to invest in mini grids? Especially the subsectors, I mean solar, clean cooking, in that perspective.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, everyone. Let me say just a few things first about SNB, my organization. SNB, a Netherlands-based global development partner, 60 years old by now, and then here in the country, I was just checking, we are here now for 40 years already. And in the last 20 years, we have been also engaging in the country on, let's say, energy, particularly off-grid energy. And then here in the country, we started with biogas program, biodiesel program in partnership with the government, but also with the GIZ and other partners. And then in the meantime, we also supported in some other off-grid electrification areas indirectly. And then in the last 4 years plus, we have been again working with GIZ for the clean cooking market development. So as Paul, you indicated, we are more in the off-grid segment, including rural electrification, mini-grid, and then of course clean cooking, PUE, and these kind of solutions. And now here we are talking about an energy transition, sustainable energy transition with innovation. And then we as SNB, of course, we are here to support the government and other development partners for that only. I mean, of course, we should not be just repeating what is already being done, but then we should be bringing in value with innovation, bringing in needed expertise from outside, and then helping the sector, the country, for a kind of an inclusive transition, so to say. Previous speakers talked about the gender, the social inclusion. So definitely without those things, we definitely think that development may not be that meaningful, right? So it is really about developing a sustainable, scalable market so that we help the government to achieve all these ambitious targets. But given the preparedness of the country, a lot of things in the country also look not so ambitious, because as we see the pace and as we see the cooperation that is happening, and that we are so happy to be part of that, that market development. And again, let me repeat that the market that we develop must be inclusive, must be sustainable. So then it is all about strengthening private sector and then catalyzing partnerships so that the private sector, the market just continue growing, replicating, and then growing also beyond the countries. What we do here in the country, what the people from this country benefits, and of course the planet benefit because of all that mitigation actions that we do together with the energy through the energy projects. These innovations here in the country should be also benefiting countries in the region and beyond. I think that is already happening. Let me mention SNB's recent engagement with this RE4SG project funded by European Union and the German government. I see 3 partners are here in the country with who we work, 3 private companies. They have a booth here. And then I know these companies, at least some of them, are already exporting their products to countries in the region and also exporting their expertise and their business models. So it is not just about one country. It's really about the region and definitely beyond. So coming back to developing sustainable energy markets, it's really about demand, supply, finances, enabling environment, and then of course the inclusion part. So we as SNB and any other development for that matter, we should be supporting the country, the sectors, the private sector to develop that sustaining and inclusive market. Again, stressing on innovation, bringing in extra expertise, and then creating good practices, benefiting the people in the country and the beyond. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rai. It's so interesting that for them, they are looking at sustainable market development, which are inclusive. But again, when you benefit from them, you can extend even in the region. When your neighbor is not good, in bad circumstances, automatically you get affected. So it's a holistic way of approach of market development for off-grids. Let me come. We can't achieve all this without civil society. I know, Mr. Foster, you come into a background of, I can say, civil society, and you are presenting many hats as well. As an old age, you have a lot of experience. But again, at your experience in the civil society, we would like you to share with us the role of the civil society in implementation and achieving SSP.
Thank you very much, Museveni. When you are talking about my age, I saw some people laughing. But I think I could be older than so many of you here. So we've been here to see the country develop. We've experienced a lot of things, and we have a lot to share. The Rwanda Climate Change and Development Network was established in 2017 with local NGOs that were intervening in environment and climate change, just with the urge of having a common voice so that we could be able to coordinate the activities, especially in the sector, environment and natural resources sector. I want to say that EPD has called on this meeting and has given us a platform to discuss issues that are very critical. Energy is a critical subject that we need to discuss about when it comes to climate change. I am very sure that all of you in the room are aware that we are in this current scenario of climate change because of energy. The burning of fossil fuels, coal, others, has all been the cause of climate change, and the higher emissions have been realized because of that sector. And when we are talking about energy, we are talking about a sector that we cannot develop without. It is very hard to develop without energy. And I think Africa, Rwanda included, is backward in development. One of the reasons is that we cannot afford the energy that we require for development. And therefore, as a civil society, one of our roles is to do advocacy work so that the global north can hear to our calls, but also our national governments can equally hear to our concerns. It's very unfortunate that in the morning we are hearing from the people in front here, and now none of them is here to listen to us. If we are to talk about advocacy, that is one place that we need to start from. The moment they have time to tell us, they should also have time to listen from us, so that they carry their policy concerns while listening to the communities. So one of our roles is to ensure that the communities are aware of the energy crisis and are aware of the problems we have in energy, so that they can equally contribute, one, in management of the energy that is available, effective management of the energy that is available, but equally contributing to generation of the energy. Secondly, from awareness, we build the capacities of the local communities, but sometimes we even build the capacities of what you call the high-level cadres, so that we can equally understand, let be the energy mix, the role the energy is supposed to be playing at a similar level. It's very good that NST2 is talking about universal access. But what does universal access mean? The 80% access we are talking about is just looking at one element, writing. But when you look at writing as a component of what energy is supposed to do, it's quite so insignificant that it cannot lead to development alone. Who among us in this house can afford to use electricity for cooking? Who among us in this house? What more of the communities that we stand for? And if you cannot do that, who among us are even affording to land their kitchens without charcoal behind? Some of us could be able to be having gas, but also with a bag of charcoal in our kitchens. What does it mean? A bag of charcoal means cutting trees. And when it means cutting trees, and you can afford it, think about the old woman in the village who cannot even get sufficient firewood to cook with. Abanyarwanda bajya bavuga ngo baricana intoki. Kuvuga ngo baricana intoki bivuga iki? Ni ukuvuga ngo inkwi zabuze. When the Rwandese start saying that they are actually burning their fingers for eating, it means that they have even failed to get the firewood to put to generate the energy that is required for cooking. I thank the companies here that are working on improving energy cooking stoves. They are doing some credible work, but we still have tremendous work to do. So that is one of the areas. And I think, I wish I was saying this when the ambassador of EU was still in the house, but I think there are some people from Europe and America and China who are seated in the house, India, to mention the great emitters of the day, that actually the outcomes we are facing with today is not generated by our communities down there in Ngororero or elsewhere. No. It's generated up there. And when we start talking about finance, they think we are begging. We are not begging. We are saying, address the issue that you created. And I think this is something that people have to listen to. So when we are doing advocacy work, we need to look internally on what we are able to do as a nation, but we also need to see what we are going to contribute to on the global planet. This is a planetary issue, and it must be addressed both country-wide, regionally, but equally continentally, but also looking at the global stage. So if we are hearing today some nations talking about recombating, if I can say, using of fossil fuels, drilling, what does it mean? It means that we are still going to be faced by issues of climate change. So when we are talking to this, we need to be talking to them. They need to listen to us. They need to understand that there is issues to address. The minister was talking about the issue of finance and technology transfer. We require technology. The solar energy we are talking about that is being used currently in irrigating our farms, if we are going to use that, do we manufacture solar panels? Do we manufacture even wires? We don't. We need that technology to come. We need the finance to come behind it so that we can be able to do that. The cost of generating electricity is very high, and therefore affordability is going to be an issue. And so my development partners here seated in the room, we need to start thinking about how we think about how we can bring energy to a cost that communities can even be able to afford. I thank you.
Thank you, Voste. I think me mentioning his age, referring to his age and experience, has summarized everything. So MC has allocated me just a few minutes, but if I can summarize what he said, which is very important actually, universal access should go beyond lighting. It's very important. I want to engage my audience. I'm reminding you with the 8 minutes. If you can have any burning question, please. You can raise up your hand. You can ask anyone here. But they are going to be around for the whole day. You can engage with them later because we are almost breaking for lunch. Anyone, please? Okay. Please, can you give? Anyone who can please give her the mic?
Thank you. Dorothy from GSZ Energizing Development. Thank you a lot for thanks a lot for the really interesting panel and the discussions. I would be very curious. Financing came up at a couple of points, but we also currently know the current global political developments going to less and less money being available. So I think we should also look at what is the most efficient way to spend the funding available. And I would be extremely curious to hear both from the public and the private stakeholders, what would be your 1, 2, 3 priorities where you actually see this is such an efficient way of going forward, and from all the important work that has been done in the past, what should we focus on now if generally global funding available for such initiatives decreases? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wishes to respond? I would invite maybe Francine. Issue of money. Do you think you can survive without any financing?
Issue of money, the usual issue. The usual issue, it's for companies an obstacle, of course, to get access to money. But I have the feeling also that it's a question of willingness. I think even in Africa, even in our country, there is money. When I see the liquidity of our banks, when I see the liquidity of our insurance company, when I see the institutions, so there is something to dig about that. When I see also, when you see also how the country is building itself, there is a lot of construction, there is a lot of things happening. So money is there. So we can talk about money outside the country, but inside the country also definitely there is something to do. There is something really to think about that. I'm not sure that NST2 took into account that, maybe he will mention that. And there is also a possibility to tap into carbon credit. If we can have a possibility to simplify the way that we get access to carbon credit, this will really give possibility to much more people to get access to finance. And last but not least, of course, outside the country, there are possibility of finance. Yes, we can see that there is some reduction, but there is still some possibility for sustainable development, even if some countries are not talking about it anymore. But we talk about it, we are a lot of people convinced about that, and there were still a lot of people convinced. So there is a possibility also to tap on these financing possibilities. So for me, I'm positive that if we work hard together, if we really see how we can find ways to find money even in Africa to finance our project, there is still the possibility, not only development partners, but ourselves. And you know, in French we say, l'argent appelle l'argent. It's to say money is calling for money. So if we provide money here, believe me, they will run and they will come to give us because they, oh, I'm here, I have money to give you. So definitely, that's my comment about the financing possibilities. Does it answer to your question? Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? You'd like to add? Okay.
I want to add something. We are talking about money being available in our banks. At what rate, at what interest rate for an investor? If we are going to have interest rate ranging between 15 and 20% for investment, while we've got money in the north that is ranging between 2 to 5% for investment, we shall not be effectively, there's no justice into that. And I think we need to be, when we are talking about just a transition in energy, we need to be looking at the possibility of how we grow south and the north at an equal pace. It may not be equal. You go higher, the higher you have ever been. But let us also be able to be uplifted a bit. If I come to you, to your country, for example, Germany. Germany had done a lot of work, good work in renewable energies. Until recently, the Ukrainian and Russian war that broke in, and what happened? You slided behind and went back into fossil fuels. It's a problem. If we cannot take commitment of investing into the renewable energies, then our planet is at stake. And who is supposed to help us do that? It's the people who have the money. the foundation, the Rockefellers, the Yazas, the Gates. You have the money. You are living on the planet, and one day we shall be suffering together because we shall not have handled the planet effectively. So you need to invest where there is less energy so that there could be, you are talking about carbon credits. Who is benefiting from carbon credits? It is the emitters that are benefiting from carbon credits. How much do they give of the net profit that they make in terms of repaying the people that are actually sequestering the carbon? Minimum. And it's very sad. So when you are talking about generating resources, you need first of all to think about where the resources are. And if they are there, let them release the resources they have always promised. So come to your promises, honor them. That's what is very critical for Africa to develop. Otherwise, we shall keep fearing to tell the truth where it belongs to be, it is supposed to be, and then we shall continuously keep suffering. But I think the critical area that we are supposed to be doing is that we put in all our energies. I thank the government of Rwanda. We are doing all that is possible. We are now talking about 56% renewable energy. I think you should clap for yourselves. It's something that you don't see anywhere globally. So Rwanda is doing wonderfully. But still, as we have that forecast, we need support so that we can keep that momentum. Otherwise, our forests will be cut off. When you, if you could look at the number of lorries that come with bags of charcoal in the city, and you count the number of trees that are cut every other day, and you think about carbon credits making sense, it won't happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for staying. So the
Can
pan is
I
getting
add
interesting.
something very rapidly?
Please, then Emmanuel will conclude.
Yeah. The thing is that I fully agree with you, but let's not forget that we have also some possibilities here. We have some possibility. I mentioned the bank. I will give you an example. In India, they try to, the banks are obliged to finance the SMEs at a certain rate. They are obliged to have a ratio of SMEs that they can finance. So it's something that we can still do that at a lower rate. So there is also, I fully agree with you that there are possibilities with the foundation and so on, but also we need also to see all the possibilities. We need to make a kind of mapping of all the possibilities that we have inside the country and outside the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasin. Emmanuel, do you like to wrap up?
I just wanted to, thank you so much. I want to talk about, you talked about priorities. And we've talked about NST to ESSP. That's where we have priorities. And I want to mention that if you check the ESSP, it is costed. And NST2 is costed. So it's a matter of what financiers are coming to finance a specific priority. If we talk of priorities, now he has talked about clean cooking, that is an issue. That is one. That is one if we can talk. That is one that we need to see coming up, and we need to see implementers putting in. The other one, I think we've talked about generation through renewables. So if we can do that, and I think what I wanted to conclude with is that priorities are already there in the developed medium and long-term strategies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I would like to also welcome Gareth. 1 minute for a wrap-up, and Rai, 1 minute for a wrap-up.
Okay. I mean, super briefly, it's as we move forward with the NST and delivering on the ESSP, I think the role of the private sector here is critical, but I think from my perspective, there are 2 or 3 things that the government need to do. I think one is around planning and how they move from planning to de-risking projects so the private sector can actually invest. We raised the sort of question of how can we do more with less finance, and I think that's sort of to the development partners. Frankly, the earlier you put the finance into the process, the more value you get, right? So I see a lot of development partner finance, frankly, wasted de-risking projects at the very end of the process, like buying into projects that are possibly not fully cooked, whereas that money could actually realize much more benefit coming in far earlier, right? Supporting governments to do the feasibilities so they can tender properly, so the project's de-risked, so it can move properly. And I think all that's essential. Like Rwanda's delivered a lot of success over the last 10 years, but going forward, we really want to be looking at delivering IPPs in 2 to 3 years, not 5 to 10, right? The cone of uncertainty around demand in Rwanda is so big, given the growth aspirations, given the various opportunities that they have, that if it's taking 5 to 10 years to bring a project online, you're going to have a lot of difficulty balancing supply and demand. And the main way to address that is investment upfront by government, preparing projects, identifying sites. Another lesson from India is India's success in clearing sites for solar parks. So the government buy the site, the government invest in the transmission infrastructure, the private sector can come in and build quickly. So I think it's pace and price are the 2 most important things for Rwanda moving forward, and that requires significant work from government and partners upfront.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Let me quickly reflect on 1 or 2 points raised here around, let's say, the efficient use of what little donor funding that we have or will have, and then also the affordability issue and things around that. Ultimately, we are, as I said earlier, we are here to develop a sustainable market, right? So what does that mean? Of course, the consumers are there. They will be there. Of course, they need help in terms of awareness, consumer financing and all that. But the moment that we have the private companies being investment ready, they are now ready for bank financing. They are ready for, let's say, other investors. Then donor funding and development partners like us, we become irrelevant. That's the success of, let's say, donor funding or projects, right? So again, now how do we make that? Of course, I mean, if we have so little resource, then we have to make some compromises saying that, hey, if I have this amount of money, then what 2, 5 things that I can support, which can be sustained, and the impact will be perennial. So definitely, I will not be able to prioritize things like inclusion, gender, all that, those nice things, but I then have to pick up the best companies who could get little support and run with the business forever. So now, when we are talking about all these different development issues, like carbon finance, climate finance, because we need money to help these companies, to help the consumers, to address the affordability, address awareness, we need carbon money. Of course, it comes with a lot of whatever difficulties, complexities, issues and all that, greenwashing, all that. But let's not just discount them right away. These are big opportunities. They are becoming even bigger in the coming years. So the other one, climate finance, right? A huge opportunity there. We are talking about this $1.3 trillion per year down to $300 trillion per year. That money is there, whether it is 300 or 200 or 100. The money will be there. It is already trickling in, coming in. So again, I suggest that we tap into those opportunities. While we're addressing the issues around that, we should be really looking at those as opportunities and helping the government and other players in terms of capacity, system and all that, so that the country is able to tap into those resources. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish we could have more time. But in conclusion, to achieve this ESSP, with its ambitious targets, we need collective efforts from both public, private, and civil society with development partners. And I'm also privileged to guide this interesting discussion. We promise next time we shall get more time to discuss on these important issues. A round of applause to my panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Paul. Please don't leave the podium. I would like for you guys to stand in front and take a group picture. You too. Cameraman? Okay. EPD in 1, 2, 3? Oh, louder than that. Thank you all. Thank you, dear panelists, and thank you, moderator, for that insightful discussion, and to the youngest man on the panel for his spirited contributions. Now we'll take a break and move to lunch before we move to our next panel. Lunch will be served just outside at the Pergola, and we'll be heading for lunch, and we'll be back in this room in 1 hour, and that's 13:25. And I promise you, I will come back. I will come there to get you again. And let's please come back early, because we were not able to have a longer question and answer session because we spent way more time outside. But again, I'll come back to get you. I'll come out there and make sure I force you guys to come back inside. But before we go to lunch, please let's take some time to all go to see the e-mobility exhibition. And I've just been informed by, I saw a post on Kabisa that today is actually the World EV Day. So as you go outside to look at the e-mobility exhibition, there'll be a little bit of explanation. Please take a photo with one of the cars and post it on LinkedIn or post it on your social medias and tag EPD, Energy Week, RE4SG, and put World EV Day on it, and also tag Rwanda so that the world can know and see what Rwanda is doing in e-mobility. So please, let's all go outside to the e-mobility exhibition, and then we go to lunch. And be back in this room in 1 hour. Thank you. That's good. It's good to hear. Now, when you come back, please, the seats in front are empty. It's hard for me to be speaking to people in the back. So just move a little bit in front. And please don't sit where you sat in the morning. Try to change. Please move to a different seat. And once you have settled in your new spot, please take time to introduce yourself to the person next to you. 1 second. So now let's turn our attention to the second panel discussion. Can you hear me? Hello? There we go. Now we're going to turn our attention to the second panel discussion, and this is going to be on Mission 300 and energy transition challenges in Africa, scaling up access to clean energy for 300 million people by 2030. I would like to call up to the stage the moderator of this panel, and that will be Mr. Ivan Asimwe. I apologize to the Rwandans. If I butcher your name, just know Kiswahili and Kinyarwanda, is they do not align very well sometimes. How I think is pronounced is not how you guys pronounce. So please forgive me. Mr. Ivan? Oh, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shali Rosina.
You did very well.
Thank you. Muraho.
Muraho.
Murakaza neza mu Rwanda for the visitors. And meze neza, my colleagues at EPD. First of all, I want to thank the management of EPD for organizing this interesting conference. We are moving, we're experiencing this, and it's very beneficial. So we don't take this for granted. Mr. Serge, thank you very much. I welcome everyone in their respective capacities. We have a panel about Mission 300. Interesting stuff. How many of you know about Mission 300? By show of hands? Mission 300, so about 20%? Okay, so the rest of 80%, we gotta be attentive because it's going to be informative and hopefully beneficial for the likes that are going to learn more about this program. I want to introduce the panelists. It's a great panel. We have doctors, we have engineers. We're doing great stuff. I see Francine over there. Hi, Francine. We have first and foremost, of course, ladies. We have a lady on the panel, Dr. Chilala Boa Kakoma. I won't take a lot of time introducing their profiles. I want them on the stage, and then we can have a few minutes of their introduction. So please, welcome. Dr. Chilala is from Zambia, so a round of applause. We have people coming all the way from Zambia. And then we have Mr. Jean Bosco Mjiraneza, the Director General in charge of Energy Directorate at Rwanda Ministry of Infrastructure. Some of you might already know him from the previous conferences. He has very good stuff to share, so I hope you'll be attentive. And then we have my friend, Richard Mori, the guy who has been in the trenches in the Rwandan energy sector from the beginning. Richard Mori, where are you? Richard is the CEO, founder of Mesh Power, and he's the head. He's also the head of the mini-grid and CNI, commercial and industry subsector for solar. So we're privileged to have you here, Richard, with us. And then we have Dr. Sande Stephen Akpoyibo. I hope I got that right. Dr. Sande, welcome. As he marches to stage, please, a round of applause. He's from Nigeria, all the way, Nigeria. So I told you, EPD is doing a lot of wonderful things. Having Nigeria in the house, don't underestimate this whole thing. We have the last but not the least, Mr. Brave Mhoni, the president of the Renewable Energy Industries Association of Malawi. Again, Malawi. Thank you very much. Thank you for making the time. When I shared the questions, no one came back with concerns. So I'm hoping we're going to have a very, extremely exciting and interesting panel. So, like I promised, each of you has a minute or two to just briefly talk about yourself, talk about your company or organization, to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you. We start with Dr. Chilala.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's indeed ladies first. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about what we're doing in Zambia with regard to the Mission 300 and energy transmission challenges in Africa, particularly our Zambian scenario. As introduced, I am engineer Dr. Chilala Kakomaboa, strategy and implementation lead from Zambia Renewable Energy Association, ZARENA. And is ZARENA, we thrive to have Zambia as a regional hub for renewable energy knowledge sharing and capacity building. We are part of the GRC, the Global Renewable Center group, as mentioned earlier on, those who are with us in the morning, that Zambia is part of the GRC group, and in that we are promoting knowledge sharing and capacity building with regard with renewable energy. So thank you very much. I'm glad to be in Rwanda. It's my first time.
Thank you.
I'm Jambo Skomugiraneza, Director General for Energy in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Rwanda is already implementing 300 with two projects. One is the accelerating sustainable access and the clean cooking project of 300 million USD, and African Development Bank result-based financing. It is also of 200 million USD. So that is what I can say are implementing those two projects, and we think that the initiative of the World Bank and the African Development Bank is a starting point, but it's not enough when you look at the needs of Africa in terms of energy access. It's like petty cash, because World Bank has injected 250 million USD, and FTBs has injected 50 million, so 300 million USD for Africa is like that project which is implemented by World Bank in Rwanda. So for me, it's like a petty cash. Thank you.
Thank you. I told you we have information here, and it's interesting. Rwanda is already implementing two projects. So the subject today is about the challenges, right? So we'll dive deep into some of the issues and, of course, the opportunities that have been learned or gained. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah, so my name is Richard. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mesh Power. We started about 13 years ago focused on rural electrification with solar DC nanogrids. We were doing electrification in rural villages, I think at a lower cost per connection than solar home systems. But we adapted over time. We've had to pivot and expand the types of work we do. So nowadays we work a lot in commercial industrial solar, solar for healthcare, electric vehicle charging, clean cooking, and other productive uses of energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Over to you, Sunday.
Hello, good day. My name is Dr. Sonia Akpoyibo. I'm the President, Council for Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, the President, Estevan Group of Company, and I also have the Chairman, Governing Council of Estevan Energy Institute. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brave Mohani. and I'm the president of Renewable Energy Industries Association of Malawi, in short, REAMA. REAMA is the hub of private sector in Malawi, coordinating initiatives, linking up with the government as well as development partners. So if you want to come to Malawi, REAMA is your pathway. We've been in the sector for over 25 years now, so we know how and what it takes to succeed in the Malawi market. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe since the DG had already set the stage with a few things going on now, cooking, let me start by, him trying to, Rwanda has made great and impressive progress in national electrification and implementing these wonderful projects. And this is honest. Our electrification rate is over 80%. So the government has made great strides and has done a lot of, implemented a lot of successful national policies and strategies. So I wanted to know how could these programs actually, like those two programs, be multiplied or become more, both within Rwanda and across the region. How, so these two World Bank projects, how can we have maybe 10 or 20 of them, not funded by the World Bank, but maybe some by the government and some by other development partners?
Okay, thank you. I can start where we came from. In 2010, access to electricity was about 10%. And at the time of genocide, it was around between 1% and 3%. So for Rwanda to move from 10% to where we are now, it is a contribution of many factors, but the biggest factor is the political will. So when there is a political will, good governance, everything is possible. Because when you look at huge resources of financial resources that have been injected in this sector, it's very huge. Myself, I can't dare to inject those resources in one sector. It was a lot of money, and we're still injecting a lot of money in the sector. If there is no political will, it is not possible. You can look at big countries in Africa, but they have access to electricity which is very low, and they have resources, they have potential like hydro resources, or they have gas resources, but access to electricity is very low. We can give examples. So the political will is very, very important. So another thing which has helped the country is like performance contracts, where we work on plans, and those plans, they have targets. They have clear targets that we have to achieve, targets which are measurable. So performance contracts was very important. Another thing I think was the sector working groups, where the government, private sector, and development partners. They sit together, they share information, and they have like one plan, and they work together. It doesn't happen in so many countries. So recently we have received the high-level delegations from Togo and from Nigeria. They wanted to know how we have achieved these targets within a very short period of time. So there are countries where the access to electricity is around 100%. But what is impressing or special for Rwanda is achieving these targets within a very short period of time, within say, 15 years. It's a very short period of time. So there are so many factors which have contributed. Those are one of the examples. But we think that what Rwanda did can be done, duplicated, can be done by other countries. The other important factor, I think, is the one we are implementing, the result-based financing. We started it with the African Development Bank, RBF1. We are now going to start RBF2. It means, as I said, we work on targets, we deliver. Then when we deliver, we create money or we get financing. So in short, those are a few factors which have been contributed to current success that we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. Very insightful, and you mentioned something that you emphasized, a lot of money. A lot of money in the sector. Richard, do you believe there is a lot of money in the sector? One second. So from the solar sector's kind of viewpoint, what are the most critical technical and financial enablers that could ensure that Mission 300 is viable, investment-ready projects are also delivered on time? I mentioned this because the belief is there is money. How are you ready to kind of utilize these resources? If not, what are the challenges? I'm tweaking the question, but you can go with what I shared.
Yeah, I think from a technical point of view, it's mostly solved, with a couple of exceptions, which I might get into later. But on a financial point of view, yeah, there's still work to be done. When we think back to what really unlocked the solar space, the off-grid solar space, it was the advent of pay-go technologies, often coupled with IoT. And that created a bit of a frenzy around investment in the space, I think peaking in about 2019. But you know, this was all built on the idea that through this new technology, you could create an incredibly profitable enterprise of last-mile connections. And over time, this became less and less, more and more obvious that this wasn't the case. So we've seen, you know, very large-scale, let's say, insolvencies and restructurings and acquisitions in the space, and a restructuring, let's say, a reframing of the conversation. When you're talking about last-mile connections like that, people who want a 5-watt, 10-watt solar panel, a few lights, the cost to provide that service to the customer is very high, just in terms of logistics and getting to the location. So you had companies that wouldn't even reclaim a system. When a customer stopped paying, they would just switch it off. It's not worth the cost to actually go and reclaim it. You're talking about collecting small amounts of money over very long periods of time. And it's very hard to build a profitable enterprise just off that. And so what really has kept that sector going is subsidies. And so 5 years ago, the space was, everyone was saying, leave us alone, deregulate, we just need to do our thing. Now, all the solar home system companies say if there's a subsidy program in place, we will come. And I think for the last mile connection, for the essential level of service that you need to provide people, that is the way forward. On a larger scale, though, where you can invest more money, let's say with greater return, is in the productive use space. So this is larger systems that can provide and generate income for the communities where you install it, whether it's water pumping, refrigeration, grain milling, things like this. And so I think we've seen that as well in the new Ascent program with the government here, focusing in one of the channels on productive use equipment. Other things that can be included in productive use are electric cooking. And so these are things that help generate more income for the people that you serve and are less extractive from the community in terms of value. So I think that is where the focus should be. And in terms of bankability of projects, less subsidy is required to make those projects financially viable. And then there's the added value of growing this pot, growing the available income in the communities because you're improving efficiencies and you're increasing external revenue flows into the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Important to note that you know, the sector has kind of changed from pure grants to, you know, credit and subsidy, or credit and grant. And this, of course, the shift from the funders or donors, but the government is well braced with projects like the REF that had the component of, you know, have a bit of credit, but also have the subsidy. So great work done by the government. Dr. Chilala, Zambia, I spoke to you earlier, quite interesting points that you raised. Zambia is actually, most of you might not know, I know I've been part of the sector working groups and all these things. We advocate for increasing the energy, the solar cap from 50 kilowatts, now it's 100. And you know, the developers are excited and hopefully it will go up eventually. But other things that have been mentioned is net metering and feed-in. And Zambia comes off actually to be already implementing these policies. So, you know, I don't know the status right now in Zambia, how you guys are embracing the innovative policies, and how do you see that being scaled across Africa? You know, are they actually beneficial? I will let you talk about the things we just discussed, but you know, such policies, how can they be scaled, and what could be the impact on the Mission 300 project or program?
Okay, thank you very much. To appreciate the Mission 300, we need to appreciate where we're coming from, as indicated that there are various reforms and regulatory laws that have been brought in my country. But right now, as I speak, we are facing 21 hours load shedding, which has been brought about due to over-dependence of hydroelectricity, which has been over 80%. And what that has made us move from a comfort zone to start looking at alternative solutions. I hear that Rwanda is at 50% hydro, meaning the rest is alternative solutions, which gives you a better space. So in my country, 85% dependence, and past 2 years, we had terrible drought. The El Nino effect that came about and has made us come to 21 hours load shedding, meaning in a day we are having about 3 to 4 hours light, and solar has been a solution. So Mission 300 to us is a game changer because we have had projects that have run through the World Bank and Africa Development Bank financing schemes. We had the ASAP project that was run a few years ago, and we saw the success of the last mile connection and subsidy that it can do to an average Zambian. Our connections were quite expensive, and through that subsidy, homes were able to achieve the last mile connection. So coming with the Mission 300 and where we are sitting as a country, we have pledged that we'll now improve on the connections. ZESCO was able to meet about 6,000 connections in a year. But with this Mission 300, they are pledging to double the number to 120,000 connections. Now that we know that we have to leverage on a certain, I like what my colleague mentioned, a petty cash that we can run to and connect rural areas. So the mandate to carry out the Mission 300 is sitting with Rural Electrification Authority. And on the private sector, as we run with the implementing of renewable energy technologies in the country, we are promoting the knowledge, the skill that is needed. Because one thing that we have pledged is more than 1,000 mini-grids to come on board, but do we have the skill set? And at Zambia Renewable Energy, we are now training that skill set that can implement and actually work in these mini-grids that will be onboarded. So the transition that has come, the challenge that has come has brought so many opportunities with regards to skill development that is needed for these people to come and work in the mini-grids, and as well as the net metering. So early this year, towards last year, the country introduced net metering. So you can understand, those of us that are in the energy space, that, okay, a prosumer is having these 5 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt capacity on their roof, they're able to generate during the day. The challenge comes in that the time they want to feed to the grid, the excess that they're producing, they want to feed to the grid is not available. So that comes in another opportunity that we need more storage facilities. So for us, we are seeing that with the Mission 300, we are having more opportunities, as well as with this load shedding that we're having in the country, we're having more opportunities for us to think outside the box, to think for alternative solutions, other than just solar, wind, that can be onboarded to ensure that we have enough lighting. Again, the definition of access brought in a change. We had our National Energy Access Survey that was undertaken in 2024. Initially, we were sitting at 9% rural electrification, but now it has moved to 34%, meaning we still have a bigger number of rural citizens that are not connected to electricity, and it provides that through this initiative, we should be able to achieve that. Then the other thing that is making the independent power producers happy is also the aspect of bringing in the multi-year tariff. You know, when you're in this space, what you're looking at is how am I going to sell the electricity out there? The cost of the tariff has to be reflective for me to gain something at the end of the year, or in the years that I've bargained, that I can get my return of investment. So the multi-year tariff has brought in a comfortable zone, or a de-risking zone, that we can now have more players come on board to go into investment in solar technologies and mini-grids. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shilala. Interesting how you also indicated that definition of access can be different by different institutions or governments, where interestingly some call a transmission line over a village access. So it's important to also make sure the 300, the Mission 300 is not kind of misclassified into that sort of thing. Mr. Brave, Malawi and Rwanda share similarities in terms of size and market. And we know that you guys have made notable progress in community-based and off-grid energy projects. What successful approaches could be adopted, within the region, or what kind of advice would you give for such a congregation regarding what kind of progress you guys have made so far?
All right, thank you very much. You're talking of strides. Yeah, I would say we are progressing. very well. At the moment, 25.9% of Malawians are connected. Out of that, we're talking of 14% from off-grid solutions, and only about 11% coming from grid connections. So I think we're also progressing in terms of diversifying energy generation and supply, because we are also one of the countries relying on hydro quite a lot. So I'm learning from Zambia, I don't want to repeat the same mistake. We're taking issues of diversification quite seriously. For those who attended our 2021 National Energy Conference, we mobilized the nation to really embrace issues of diversification, and also we promoted coordination amongst key sector players. Here we're talking of the government itself. Of course, they have to spearhead the process, demonstrate stewardship, and also the development partners, but the majority of the energy projects in Malawi are actually dependent on donor funding or development agencies, which we also know there's a risk there. We all know what's happening across the globe, issue of USAID. We can't run away from there. And someone in the morning mentioned about, funding from outside is drying, which is true, right? So realizing the risk that we're sitting on, we really called for a genuine sector coordination, meaning all the development partners coming together to really align on the investment priorities and also align with the government priorities and create clear space for the private sector to come into play. So this is where what I can say actualization of PPP, public-private partnership, is kind of the direction that we are really pushing. So combining all these things have kind of compounded to the progress that we are seeing to date. I should also mention here that we are pushing a lot on strengthening local institutions to be part of the solution. You may also agree with me that the history of energy sector in general, I think Richard talked about coming in of pay-as-you-go companies and all that. If you look at the background, the majority of these companies were coming from outside into Africa and setting up these enterprises, of course, operating in very difficult markets. And that's challenging because the local companies themselves, I think, did not embrace it and take the responsibility and ownership of the problem that we have in the country. And it's something that, as an association, we're investing a lot of time to really strengthen our local companies. We do have a project with the GIZ, for example, where we are just working and meeting the local companies to actually be bankable and be bold in their solutions so that there should be a sustainable solution to the problems that we are facing. Going to Mission 300, we have got 600 million people who are not connected. Mission 300 is targeting only 50% of those. And if we go deep into this population, we're talking of unconnected population and likely to be not connected in 2030, we're talking of people who are, the majority of them are in the rural areas with very low income, very challenging environment to run the business. This is where the majority of the companies will keep on failing because the market itself is a challenged market. So I think with the Mission 300, it's kind of an opportunity to rethink, re-engineer our models that we are using to actually achieve universal energy access. Otherwise, it will end up being another story in the sector, nice aspirations to do that, but actually to deliver it, it's a challenge. So I would say the progress that we're making is to localize the solutions as much as possible. The funding coming from either World Bank or other development agencies should come in to push, stabilize, and de-risk, not to rely on it as the core solution to actually deliver. So what I'm trying to communicate here is we are pushing for ownership of the problem. We are pushing for creativeness being born from ourselves as the local companies that are running the show, and allowing others to come in to stabilize us and accelerate the growth. So in a nutshell, public-private partnership, genuinely delivering it, is kind of like really producing results. Last month, we had our energy conference in Malawi, similar to what we're having today. For the first time, we managed to bring together all the key development partners in Malawi. We're talking of UNDP, European Union. We're talking of, World Bank. These are like the three key investors. GIAP was there as well. EEP, they were in the room, and we were having these conversations together for the first time. So that's a good progress, where we can come together and really change and create a genuine sustainable solution going forward. So collaboration, partnership, and structured organization of the sector is really key.
Insightful, insightful. It again comes back to what the Director General said about Rwanda. The Rwanda's energy sector, I see Ms. Piscalisa over there championing and leading these sector working groups. We've had enormous success in Rwanda because of the coming together, the coordination, the collaboration. I don't think we'd have had the success that we've had in Rwanda without the proper donor stakeholder coordination. And I say this because when you have people operating in silos, you have duplication. Someone is doing PUE, they fail, another one does the same mistake. And so when you have coordination, it reduces and improves efficiency. So very well said. And you also mentioned localizing the solutions. I like how you use the three words: pushing. The DPs, the development partners, come in to push, stabilize, and to de-risk. But it's all local solutions that are being put forward. Dr. Sande, Nigeria, with a lot of respect, Nigeria, big economy. We are expecting a lot from you, sir. So there is a lot that has been achieved in Nigeria, given your vast resources and, of course, vast markets that make businesses, energy businesses, profitable as well. We want to learn from you. What are the specific policies or financing partnership strategies that could accelerate, Mission 300 and contribute to national or regional or continent developing in a meaningful way? What are we heard from Zambia that they're doing very interesting policies, even though there are hurdles here and there. What are the policies in Nigeria that we could learn from?
Thank you. It is very clear that without access to energy, Africa will not develop. And I'm talking from a country like Nigeria with vast demography of about over 200 million people or 200,000 people. Without energy, we cannot grow. And the government was very intentional about that. Good enough, the activeness of the associations in Nigeria. I am the president of the Council for Renewable Energy in Nigeria. We came up together, 7 associations came up together to form an alliance. And we have to approach the government that intentional solutions need to be done. And not only that, after the pronunciation of Nigeria energy transition to net zero by 2060, the government has to be intentional about it. And they listened to us. And what they did was the first Nigerian electrification project with a value of $550 million. That is huge. How do we achieve this? The government said they are going to de-risk the renewable energy sector, and this led to the private developers mobilizing over $300 million in the renewable energy sector. You might ask, how? When the government said, we'll give you 40% as a grant, develop your project, and how do we develop our project? We said,
a massive capacity building campaign needs to be done all over the geopolitical zone in Nigeria. And the government is very intentional about that, empowering the associations to go to the communities and do a capacity building program on how to design, how to do energy audit, and bridge the capacity and the energy gap in their community. And this was very successful, and there was all program lined out. Those of them from the rural areas came up with mini-grid to solve the energy need of the community. Some came up with solar home system. Some came up with energizing education institutions. Some came up with energy for health. And within 1 year, the program was completed. The $550 million was exhausted, and thousands of jobs was created. Capacity was developed. Somebody like me, I'm the chairman governing council of ACV Energy Institute, the first institute in Nigeria that is accredited by National Board of Technical Education to train specialized skill in solar technology. And we run national diploma and HND course in Nigeria. This was because the government was able to make it possible to de-risk the renewable energy sector, so the private sector mobilized their funds. In Nigeria, there are a lot of private sector that has money. Is it the real estate sectors? We have billionaires. Is it the oil and gas sectors? We have billionaires in multiple of dollars. Is it the aviation sectors? We have billionaires. When they see that the government has de-risked the sector, they came up with their funds. Matching their funds, job was created. The rural electrification program was very successful. And that gave birth to the mission 300, where the World Bank said, you did very well as an example in Africa. As a giant of Africa, you were able to mobilize private investment funds, over $300 million. This year, we have $750 million on a DEST program. Distributed assets through renewable energy scale-up. We have to scale up what we did before, and what the government is looking into now is stakeholder engagement. The government has set up a platform to the Rural Electrification Agency, through the local developers who have trusted the system. We have trusted the system because we have mobilized our funds. The fund is our sector, is already the risk. I can put my money. If the government provide me funds, 40 to 60% as grant, and I am the one that developed the program. For example, in the community area I'm from Niger Delta, we provide access to energy for over 32 health centers. Health centers ordinarily have no access to energy. Can you imagine during the night a woman is giving birth, there's no light, there's no doctor. Because the doctor said, how can I graduate, spend 7 years in a university, and I'll be in a community hospital when there's no light? I can't do research. So they were not available. But now with this program, I can get about 40 to 60% money back and place it on energy as a service to the health centers. And they are paying, because energy is a key factor to develop any community, especially in the health sector. Now, $750 million in the mission 300. It's a huge amount of money. And you can see today, Nigeria doesn't go to other African countries to look for projects. We have enough money, enough funds to grow the sectors. And we're also advising other African countries that have skill, that they can meet up the sector, to come to Nigeria, because the funds is there. Imagine the risking the sector for you. You have no risk. Your risk would be, would they pay? But somebody is giving you 60% upfront with deliberate intention of the government to bridge the access to energy poverty. And it's working very well in Nigeria now. And not only that, it became faster because we developed huge capacity. Professional courses in renewable energy and energy efficiency. We developed climate finance, short courses. We opened market to carbon market. Carbon expert became enabler. Carbon registry, more than 3 carbon registry was registered in Nigeria because we have carbon to sell. So you can see the multiple effect of government policy in de-risking the renewable energy sector. So I would say Nigeria is doing well ever than now. and the sector is growing quadrone. And the limit is, we are inviting everybody to come to Nigeria. The space is open for you to come because the market is huge, the money is there. As I'm sitting here today, I have a lot of projects, but I respect the intention of EPD in their last edition, and this new edition I said, I must come, no matter how busy I am, and I'm here today to say, energy poverty in Africa is an opportunity in Africa. But all we need to do, unlock it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Wise words. Richard and the EPD members, Nigeria is the way to go. There's lots of money there. Well, unfortunately, we have to cut the panel short because of the timing issues. I will just ask the panelists to just sum up or give us the final recommendations in just 1 minute. If you can do it less than a minute, better. We start with you.
Okay, so one thing for sure that we have to take away today is private participation is very key to ensure that we meet the universal access in either of the countries that are seated here. And that will take us to come out of the comfort zone and ensure that innovative ideas and solutions are born from within our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We didn't have time to discuss different challenges related to this mission 300. If, for instance, I give one example, land acquisition. Land acquisition might be a problem in some cases. We might have funds on accounts of FDB or World Bank or any other partner, but utilizing those funds, it may be a challenge. I know some of our projects who delayed for 10 years. When I was at the Rwanda Energy Group in 2015, we had projects, they are now being commissioned now. Within 10 years, without any commissioning, it's a challenge. I remember Rusizi 3 project. Studies were conducted in 2008. Negotiations started in 2012. Until now, there is no financial closure. So we might have money, but how we utilize this money, we have to find the strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Richard.
So across the range of end users, from the people with the smallest requirements to those who need the biggest systems, there are technical solutions for everything, and different segments of the market need different interventions, different levels of support, and so the programs need to account for this. While I said that technology is mostly sorted, there are some areas where I'm quite excited to see ongoing development, especially in operations and maintenance and use of a system, and making it much more natural for non-technical people to maximize the use and longevity of their solar system. So yeah, if anyone wants to discuss the work we're doing in that, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will appeal to EPD to be very intentional to develop skill in the renewable energy sector, because the trust of the local funders need to be encouraged to put their money in the sector, because you can only put your money where you know you get your money back. And mobilizing private investment is key in growing the local economy. So more emphasis on developing more capacity for the young ones who are graduates that do not have job. We give more trust to the local funding partners, especially in the real estate, to put their money in the renewable energy sector, because there's a lot of money in Rwanda also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mission 300 has got a time limit by 2030. You and me will still be here beyond 2030. Our children and many generations to come. So looking at Mission 300 is just a seed that needs to be nurtured and grown into full fruition. Therefore, local companies, I think it's time to define on and act on our destiny to prosperity. We need to be intentional about this as local companies. Time is gone, we don't have to wait for someone to come and give us a solution. Now that the African governments have committed to Mission 300 through country compacts, let's go and unpack that compact, energy compact of our country. Let's unpack it and let's define our portion of the pie. And the government has clearly said, this is where we want you, private sector, to be. This is where the government will be. And this is where the development partners will come in. We're meeting at the middle. We need to be the ones driving that, defining that, and committing. My colleague has talked about being intentional about it. We must be intentional about it. And most importantly, we must be trusted with investments. I think you can bear with me that majority of the local companies sometimes, when they put a proposal on the paper and submit for the financing, in most cases we fall short of the qualities that are being expected. I think it's time also to take a step back and make ourselves competitive at the global markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. A round of applause. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. As they step off, please, a round of applause. Please, step off. We're going to the next station. Thank you.
Oh, please, before you leave, let's capture this moment. Moderator, take a picture with your panelists. Okay. Yes. And as they're taking a, thank you, dear panelists and moderator, for that insightful discussions. Now, since we're running out of time, as they're taking a picture, I would like to call on now the third panel, the moderator, which is Ms. Caroline. Please come to the podium as they're taking a picture and call on the next panelist. The third panel will be on financing clean cooking, the billion-dollar question.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, so it's my pleasure to be moderating this next panel, which will be looking at how do we finance clean cooking. And so from the presentations that have happened in the morning, we clearly see what I would say two energy stories that emerge, right? So we are celebrating this, some good success in electrification. So for Rwanda, for instance, it's 78%. But then when you look at the clean cooking side, does anyone know what's the current rate of access in Rwanda? Yes. So we are talking of about 5.6%. And this is not just Rwanda, so globally, the clean cooking target is considerably lagging behind, so 2.1 billion people without access to clean cooking, with very significant impacts on environment, climate, health, and so on, gender. And based on current estimates, about $8 billion is needed annually, $8 billion of investment every year in order to be able to meet that SDG 7 target. So the question is, where is that money going to come from? And that's the very tough and also interesting question that our panel will be discussing. So to call them to stage, I'll start with, and apologies if I don't pronounce the name well. So Mr. Ehudi Shingiro, who is the EPD head of clean cooking subsector. Please welcome. Give them a clap as they come up. And then we have Mr. Martin Asimwe, who is with the Minifra, Rwanda. We have Mr. Jitendra Sinha, Chief Technical Advisor, Laxadel. And then I have Ms. Yvette Ingabire, Energy Advisor, GIZ and Dev. And then finally, Ms. Christine, who is Managing Director, SEFA One, SEFA Rwanda. Okay, so thank you all for joining us. And so before we delve into the panel questions, I'll just give you a minute each to introduce yourself, who you are, and what's your role in the clean cooking sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Ehudi Shinjiro. I'm the Managing Director for Access International. It's a local company venturing in biodigester business. And the current head of clean cooking subsector within the framework of EPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Yvette Ingabire from GIZ Energizing Development, which is a cooperation development, mostly focusing on financing activities which are in renewable energy. Thank you.
Murao, Mirwe, Amakuru, Morakose, Birakome, Nitwa Jitendra Sinha, CTA of Spare Project, Chief Technical Advisor. I have been Chief Technical Advisor for 16 years. Between 2009 and 2014, I was Chief Technical Advisor for UNDP in Middle East and North Africa region. But I vanished from this stage for 10 years. Joseph, can you show me my photo? So what I was doing for 10 years? I was living in a remote rural area, living a life of a rural people. You know, with me, we met many very important people in the morning. But there are most important people sitting here, observing since morning, for whom we are conducting this whole panel. Joseph, can you show me second photo? I will request the community representative from Ruth Zero and Rubavu to please stand up. Janvier, Jimmy. These are the people. These are the people for whom we have been conducting this workshop. I have a dream. A world where these marginalized people are not looked as a recipients, but as a partners in development, contributing to national economy, contributing to your business, while sustaining their own life. In next 15 minutes in this panel, I will be decoding how we are going to do that. Right now, I am Chief Technical Advisor and Head of Luxembourg Program on Renewable Energy and Sustainable Forestry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Mwongerwa, founder and Managing Director of SEFA One Limited. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin Asimwe. I work with the Ministry of Infrastructure in Energy Directorate. I'm in charge of monitoring and evaluation, but also I'm currently the acting lead on clean cooking. I've been with the ministry for the last 10 years and I've been involved in design, elaboration of different projects, policies and strategies. And we are currently also we have currently started the revision of the current current biomass strategy into clean cooking strategy. Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Okay. Thank you so much for that round of introduction. And now I'll start with Mr. Ehudi to please tell us a bit about EPD and the work you do on clean cooking and how it links or where you see the important role of finance.
Thanks very much. As I mentioned in my self-introduction, EPD, I'm heading the clean cooking subsector at EPD. EPD celebrated its 10th anniversary last year during the previous Energy Week. And clean cooking is one of the biggest subsectors under this framework, under this association, comprising of more than 70 companies. So we are proud of being the best membership subsector. What we do mainly is to bring together the private sector players within the clean cooking ecosystem, being the private companies, engaging partners, other partners like as you know, you might know Irene is operating here, and we are proud partners of it, and we have some engagement on clean cooking, which is going to take shape very soon. But also we have other partners like SNV, LuxDev. All these are partners that support our businesses to actually try and achieve the goals of the government and certainly achieve our businesses as well. So the topic today is more important because companies always struggle to manage the supply side, but as well our clients also struggle to access our products. So we need some kind of financial support, either from the supply side and the other side, so that we can be able to achieve the targets from every side. So I think the panel here is going to help us to delve deep into how we can be able to close the financial gaps from both sides. Lucky enough, we have the panelists are a mix of different areas, be it the development partners, the private sector, government, and I think we're going to get some harmonized answer to some of these questions that are posed to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll move on to Ms. Yvette from the GIZ. And so I've known GIZ quite a while, I think, and you've been really engaged in clean cooking. Over 12 years ago, I did my PhD in public health, focusing on clean cooking, and it was supported by GIZ, so working in evaluation of GIZ programs. So I know you really work closely and has been supporting clean cooking enterprises for years. And so could you let us know, based on the enterprises you work with, what comes up as their priority funding needs, and how does the financiers respond to that? Is the finance applied, however limited it is, responsive or aligned with the needs of the clean cooking sector enterprises you work with? Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Yes, GIZ is now financing clean cooking, I think, since two years ago. And I will briefly first describe the kind of companies or enterprise we are working with or we are supporting. We are working with semi-industrial and industrial companies, that are locally producing clean cooking stoves, but as well as with companies that are importing e-cooking appliances. So yes, through working with those companies, we have identified different needs that need financing priorities. So those areas are like production. We have identified that like those semi-industrial or industrial companies that are locally producing those stoves, they need machinery, to set up machinery to produce stove at a large scale that can meet the demand, the market demand. Not only to produce a large scale of the stove, but also to produce a high quality of stoves. That's one of the area we have identified. The second area is like marketing. You know, the mindset of our community that using this stove, they can change the taste of the meal and so on. So we need to encourage the community to understand that using this stove, it's about protecting our environment. Also, there is distribution channel that need to establish in different rural areas so that those stoves can be accessible at the bottom level of the community. Not only the stove, but also the fuel used to ignite those stoves. Because if you are only providing the stove without fuel, I think the community will go back to the traditional use of cooking, which is the 3 stones firewood that we know. There is another point that I would say it's crucial because it's contributing to the sustainability of clean cooking market. That's improved access to finance. I added improved because this sector needs like loan product with less requirement and at a lower interest rate. And if we started piloting this innovation, I would say interesting innovation pilot, where we are working with, it's a digital loan provider, where a customer can digitally apply for a loan, and the customer can receive it within a period of either 6 days. So it's super fast and reliable. The last but not the least point is to support the company to access the carbon market. I have heard that at least it requires a company between $50 to $100 to access or to prepare the project market. So it's a very massive amount for the companies. So there is still a need for that aspect. So if we can provide funding to those highlighted areas, I believe that can contribute to reduction of the market price for the stove, which also can contribute to the affordability of the stove towards the community or the end users. So if we are also talking about the sustainability, I want to emphasize on 2 key points. Yes, we have financing, but financing itself is not enough. If we want to keep clean cooking markets sustainable, or our clean cooking companies sustainable, we need a second alternative. We need to align this financing to collaborate with financial institutions. That's one. Also, we need to couple this financing support with technical support, such as training or business development support. Yes, someone mentioned about RBF, the result-based financing, which we are having here in the country. But this financing has, of course, a principle. The principle is that the person or the company who is accessing this financing, they need first to achieve the results, and those results are successfully verified for the company to receive the subsidy or the incentives. So, plus that those companies are selling using a pay-go or installment-based payment model, which both of the two can slow down the cash flow of the company. So they need an alternative to cover that gap. And the only solution is also to collaborate with financial institutions. I think that's what I can mention.
Okay.
Also, in terms of maybe raising the capital on the side of the companies, I can give an example of some of the companies that we're working with. It's still clear that there is a need to, they are not yet in the position of raising the capital because there is a demand, but still the company, they need financing to import the product or to produce additional products to meet the demand. Also, some companies, they need like to develop bankable project proposal. And those who are capable to produce bankable project proposal, they have access to limited loan products. I think that's what I can mention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive answer. So I'll move next. Yes, I clap for her. I'll move next to Mr. Jaychandra. And so what I would like to know is, so Ms. Yvette has shared very detailed perspectives, but it's a lot on what the clean cooking enterprises need to do to be able to attract finance. But when we say private sector, we should remember also financial institutions like commercial banks are also private sector. So what needs to be done for them to be able to bring more finance towards clean cooking? And you can share that linking with the projects, like lessons with the projects you've been doing as well.
Thank you, Caroline. How many are private sector representative here? Can you raise your hand? Very few. Do you know the valley of death? You know the valley of death? Valley of death is once you establish your enterprise, you will get big clapping. Everyone will appreciate you. But then you are left alone. You have a very difficult journey. Like you are jumped in the sea. You don't know how to swim. The support on which you were dependent, you find that support is not more there. And you have to survive. The same thing is happening in Rwanda. Most of the SMEs, they thought that, okay, development partners are here for long. We don't have to worry. They have grants, they have order. And suddenly you find 2025 beginning, most of the donors left or leaving. What you will do? I will come on that. But before that, how many are resident of Kigali? Can you raise your hand? Resident of Kigali. Do you know how many sacks of charcoal Kigali resident use every week? 60,000. You know, to prepare 60,000 charcoals, how many hectares of forest are cut every week? 200 hectares. So every year, just to meet the clean cooking energy requirement of Kigali, we are cutting down 10,000 hectares of forest. 10,000 hectares of forest every year. Now let me come down to the question which has been asked and how it is relevant. Have you heard the word AI? And you have heard the word IQ. So our strategy is AQ, 4 times AQ. The LuxDev, those who don't know about LuxDev, Luxembourg Development Agency is the donor, but we don't call ourselves donor, we are partners. APD is our partner. We work in hand in hand. The community which I just showed you, they are our partner, or we are their servant. We are their assistant actually. We are working for them. So what is this 4AQ and how Luxembourg Development Agency is working. The 4A is availability, accessibility, affordability, and acceptability by the community. And Q is quality. Now let me come down to one by one. I'll just take 2 minutes, not more than that. Availability. What we need availability? We have so many development programs. They worked on the technology. We have 3-tier, 4-tier, 5-tier cooking stoves available. So Luxembourg Development Agency did not intervene in that. We said, okay, we will build on its strength. So what we did, we had long discussion with GIZ, RE4SG project. We had discussion with SNV to understand. We conducted a workshop in November with the support of EPD and all other to understand what are the challenges. What we realized, I told, the challenge is availability of the green fuel, pellets, briquettes, or whatever. And I just gave you the figure, 10,000 hectares. You know what the senators said last month? Our dependence, you know, it increased from 83% to 92%. We targeted by 2024, we will reduce to 42%, and we are increasing the dependency. Why? And how we are working on that? So when we are talking about availability is 2 things. One is ICS, one is green cooking fuel. When we are talking about that 10,000 hectares, we are degrading only to meet the requirement of Kigali. We have to increase the productivity of the forest. Because whatever solution you tell, let me assure you it won't come in next 5 to 10 years. For next 5 to 10 years, we are still going to be dependent on the biomass. So we have to increase the productivity of biomass. Luxembourg Development Agency has introduced the clonal technology already with the Ministry of Environment, Rwanda Forest Authority, and with the University of Rwanda. You know the benefit of clonal technology? The current productivity of forest resource is 5.5 cubic meter per hectare. By clonal technology, we are increasing 4 times, 20 cubic meter per hectare. The maturity period we are reducing by half. So productivity and time, if you see, we are increasing by 8 times. So that's how we are working on availability. Accessibility. Those who are SMEs, they know they have the produce, they have the ICS. Mr. Yudi has the solution. But how to reach to the customer? So that's the accessibility, whether it is accessible or not. I talked to my friends in Kigali. Many of them, they bought the ICS. But they say, Jitendra, we have to go to a store to buy the sacks of pellets. And people like Mr. Yudi, Mr. Saj, they are very busy. Means how they can find the time to go every week? What about if this cook stove, pellets, repair and maintenance is available on your phone tab? Send a message. You just call and one person comes, deliver everything at your doorstep at a cost cheaper than what you have to pay. So with EPD, we have worked on that solution. We are launching the first pilot in this month, where we are developing micro-entrepreneurs, women and rural youth as entrepreneurs who will be providing the customer ICS, monthly ration or allotment of your pellets or briquettes with free service on a phone call. And you have to pay only 20,000 Rwandan franc. We did the assessment. The monthly consumption of a common Rwandan on cooking is ranging between 25 to 30,000 Rwandan franc. We are bringing the doorstep solution at 20,000 Rwandan franc. So you just made the first cadre of those micro entrepreneurs. Can you raise your hand? So these are the first cadre. And my dream is that next month they sit here, they tell us how they did it, and we sitting there listening from them. So that will be the first thing we are doing with EPD. So that's accessibility. Now affordability. Somewhere people are talking the rate of interest is 30%, 35%. Even if you want to get the loan, who will give you that loan? And if you are getting that loan, how you will reach the last mile? The person who doesn't have 2 meals of day. So we are working on two very, very innovative solutions. One is known as payment for ecosystem services in clean cooking, and another is blended finance. We have partnered with Global Green Growth Institute. They are developing the model together with us, which we will disseminate all over the country. Third thing, fourth A is coming acceptability. And that's why these people, we have to expose the people, not people in Kigali or urban area, the people in suburban area, in rural area. What are the solutions? Whether these solutions are affordable or not, how it can be made affordable, how we can convert them from a recipient to consumer, or change agent, or your partner. So that's what we are working on. Okay. And definitely we are working on the quality. So that's the 5 things we are working.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so yeah, we'll come back to those later. So there's like issues to do with the donor dependency. How do we move away from it? I think you are also acknowledging biomass dependency. So in other words, we need to do something to do with biomass, issues of supply chain, and so on. In the interest of time, I think I'll move on to Ms. Christine. And my question for you is this. So we've increasingly recognized that women have an important role to play in the clean cooking sector. Not just as victims or those affected, but there's quite enough evidence showing that you get very good results with, for instance, women-led enterprises. But then at the same time, those enterprises tend to struggle with the issues of financing, for instance. So I think I want to know from your perspective, how can we ensure inclusion of women-led enterprises in clean cooking and also in access to finance? Because we are not debating that it's not a good thing. But yes, please share some perspectives on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to discuss, particularly on women. Possibly is what we are going through and what I go through. To begin with, I want to say that in sub-Saharan Africa, women are responsible to cook. I think it's a fact, and we know what we go through. We have different backgrounds, but what I'm trying to say is at least the environment should encourage women, entrepreneurs, to be part of the solution. Another thing with the clean cooking is about behavior change, where, for example, if I can give an example, is when I'm talking to a fellow woman about a certain solution, a stove, for example, or any other solution, they will tend to listen to me because they know what I go through is what they go through at the same time. Another thing is creating awareness and partnership. You know, clean cooking is about financing. Clean cooking, you can't wake up in a day and say, I want to start a factory to produce stoves or to produce any other or fuels. It needs an upfront cash. You must have money before you think about, and think about where you're going to get that money. Another thing is, which is also challenging, is clean cooking is about reduced coal. logistical issue. I may be producing enough, but how will I reach to the last person? How will I reach the last mile? It will be useless if I cannot reach the people who really need the stores or who need the fuels. On top of that, of course, we know that with our financial institutions, we know the rates, which is between 16 to 18 in our financial institutions. That is a very big challenge, especially to women. There are not many women who are out there who can develop a good proposal, as Yvette was saying. It is a big challenge. There's a lot of capacity building needed in that direction. With this, at least we should have a specialized incentive for women or something like that, that we encourage the funding and also get financial resources. Maybe I can say that if we get, for example, a low interest rate, tax reductions on those kind of specialized maybe vehicles that are going to do logistics, it will make it will make the work easy for women enterprises. Maybe I can stop there and then.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, and for the emphasis, which also linked to the earlier, the point that was raised by Ms. Yvette earlier. Clean cook stoves don't sell themselves, so there needs to be a lot of behavior change and communication. And who better to do it compared to a woman speaking to another woman or designing, knowing the kind of products that suit women, but at the same time they have challenge with access to finance. So that certainly then needs to be addressed. Okay, so now I'll come to you, Martin, and based on the foregoing discussions, so we know there's a lot of challenges to do with the access to finance, high interest rate, the clean cooking enterprises may be still producing low quality stoves, not bankable, and so on. And at the same time, we know government also has set clear targets, right, in NSC2, which include clean cooking, which you then need to achieve. And then we've also had different kind of solutions presented here. So how do you bring it all together? Which instruments or in what ways can the government then support towards increased mobilization of finance for clean cooking?
Thank you, Caroline. Well, I think the best part of speaking last is that most of the issues have been addressed, but let me stick to what the government is doing. By starting with a brief background, I think you understand that government conceives clean cooking sector as a private sector led. From the previous discussion we had on Mission 300, I think some of the colleagues mentioned that we've put more focus on electricity generation and increasing access. So kind of clean cooking kind of was left a little bit behind. But not in the sense that government was not focusing on it, but it's because it was treated as a private sector led area. So around 2019, I think we were working with some of our partners, we designed, or even that before their own other ongoing programs, but they were small in size, either from the environment and climate sector or health sector. But a very critical intended program was designed in 2019 when we started with around $20 million of RBF. When we started, we encouraged private sector to participate, where we are subsidizing the access to these solutions. But we realized when we were starting, as some of the colleagues were saying, that the companies were not meeting the criteria to participate in these programs. So we provided a transitional period. Most of them were producing between tier 1 and tier 2 stoves. But our criteria was starting with tier 3 biomass stoves upwards. So the government provided a transitional period, but in that we combined it with technical assistance to train these private producers on how to produce quality and reliable stoves, which were mostly biomass. So from then, I think working with some of the partners here, we have now over 20 companies, which are 12 have started, they are participating, others, I think 8 of them are still in approval process to participate in the program. So since 2019, we've distributed through that program with the World Bank, we've distributed, I think, over 500,000 cook stoves, both tier 3 and above, including electric stoves and LPG. But the lessons we learned from that is that though the government has intentions, but we also need to move with the private sector, either through the technical assistance that we are talking about, or enabling, for example, equipping the testing laboratories here at the Rwanda Standards Board, because initially they were even taking these stoves to be tested outside the country. So currently, no one no longer takes those stoves to be tested outside. So all this was to facilitate not only to these companies, but also to create an enabling environment on how to help work with the private sector in order to achieve these targets. Currently, we are also working with because the cooking sector is segmented into 3 categories. We have households, which are either urban or rural, but we also have institutions. Maybe to emphasize this, our target, as I said, we need to achieve universal access by 2029, targeting building on urbanization rate, to have 39% of the people who will be in urban areas at least to be using tier 4 and above stoves, and the 61% who rejected to be in rural areas to be at least using tier 3 and tier 4. So with this, we are also looking at innovative ways of how do we, because there is also looking at the financing, but a colleague, I think, from EPD was also taking, but we don't have the demand if we produce these stoves. And from the assessment we did some time back, we realized one of the questions we are asking is that when we asked people the willingness to pay, they were saying, okay, we would wish to use these systems, but we cannot afford them. And this is why we came up with the RBF program, but also in affordability in terms of fuel. For example, we realized that, especially for high-tier fuels, we introduced a program that we are working together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and one of the private partner, and they introduced a pay-go system where you can buy LPG at a cheaper price. Because we realized that from the assessments we made that a household at least uses 1,000 Rwandan francs or less to buy a bucket of charcoal for a one-day usage. And we asked our partners, how do we design a program where they can be using the same amount but access cleaner fuels? And this is how we came up with that program that we're working with the Saudi government. And we are subsidizing, the government through that program is also subsidizing accessibility to these fuels. But also to make this sector investment friendly, as government, our role is to provide oversight and planning. We are working together with our partners. Recently, we concluded the National Integrated Clean Cooking Plan. And this plan, that we work together with SE for All, I think we involved most of the private sector and partners here. It indicated that we need close above $500 million to achieve our targets by 2029. But also indicates other opportunities for financing, including, because when you say $500 million, someone will say, where are you going to get that money from? But this is a mix of both government support, equity loans and grants and subsidies that are coupled, which means that there is both involvement of the private and government sector. But the plan also highlights that there is potential for example, for selling carbon credits from clean cooking of close to $58 million. So there is this potential, and in that regard also the government has established a national carbon market framework working with our partners in environment and UNDP that enables private sector to participate in this carbon market, which used to be a market for a few people because it was very cumbersome to work out the process in the area processes of the CDM. So these days we are partnering with, we have opened bilateral cooperation with Singapore. We are working with one on Sweden. So there are opportunities for financing that is coming. In addition to that, I also want to mention, I think the last time we had a meeting with the private sector, we brought in the people from the Rwanda Development Bank. Rwanda Development Bank working with the FONERWA, the Rwanda Green Fund, they established different instruments that are available for private sector and also, but for also institutions. So I had colleagues here mentioning, I think, the trouble private sector companies go through to get capital. So these are instruments that people can explore. I think we can have more discussions around that, but they are available and they are not at the rate that Christine talked about. So we can also, private sector can also explore that area. But we're also putting more focus on institutions. If you can give me a minute for that. Institutions such as schools, sales facilities, security forces, hospitality facilities, these are the largest biomass consumers. A colleague from LuxDev, I think, mentioned about what they are doing, working out on pellets. We are currently working with the World Biomass Association to pilot a project in the schools, and the results indicated that it is actually very cheaper to use wood than pellets, right? Imagine we have over 5,000 schools in Rwanda. And we have currently, I think, four companies that are producing pellets. But why would government pay for firewood when they know that we have issues to do with firewood? Every year we lose 90,000 metric tons due to forestation of carbon, due to deforestation. So the factory that we are working with on that, we have actually scaled up this to another 10 schools to see how it will work out. But if the government, even if you concentrate on public schools and you provide money, you substitute the funding, that the capitation grant that was going for cooking in those public schools, because you know the government rolled out school feeding program for all school-going people and students. If you substituted the funding that goes to those institutions and you encourage, this is what we are discussions that are ongoing, and you encourage private sector to establish different production centers for pellets in different areas. Because the issue now we have is the fuel. We have over 82% of schools using efficient cook stoves in their schools. But the fuel they are using, that's another issue. So if we can address that, and given the pilot studies that we are conducting, and we substitute the funding that goes in buying wood, and we substitute it to a cleaner fuel, I think that will make a greater impact.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe he was clear enough. And because I want to give at least 2 members of the audience an opportunity to ask questions before I wrap up, then we'll go into maybe final round. So any burning questions? Yes, please go ahead. And you can specify if you are addressing it to a particular person or just ask.
All right, good afternoon, and thanks a lot for the very interesting presentations and discussions. So my one question really has to do with what has been re-echoed, issues of affordability. And I know that most of the discussion has gone on top, that is with regards to financing for the project companies. Again, I know that there was also some talk about end user affordability. And for me, and working across Africa, that seems to be the biggest challenge in terms of actually encouraging the uptake of modern clean cooking. Basically, I've looked around some very interesting innovations, and I'm looking at the prices of those wonderful products, and it seems quite unaffordable for the average rural dweller in Africa. So my question could be to the, on the policy side and also on the financing side. What are we doing in terms of empowering the end users? What kind of products are being used today in Rwanda to ensure that people who want to make that transition are empowered in a manner that can actually make it sustainable for them, that can make it affordable for the average person, even in the city, because if you are talking about just 5.6% or so in terms of access to modern clean cooking here in Kigali, then I can just imagine what is happening in the rural areas. So perhaps just a little more in terms of what exactly is being done to deal with the issue of affordability for the end user, because until that is done, no matter what we do, I'm not sure that we'll be able to make those numbers go beyond what we want them to be. Thank you again.
Okay, so we'll tackle them together. So maybe one last question, and if you can keep it brief, please. I'm told we are out of time. There isn't. So I don't know who would like to take up the question, and keep your answer brief as well, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. May I know your name, please?
My name is Ifi Ikono. I'm from Nigeria, but I've been working in the regulatory space here in Rwanda for a couple of years.
Wonderful. Very, very relevant question. Thank you for raising that. I treat NGO. I'm representing donor agency. So we treat NGOs as a facilitator of communities' action. What we are doing with NGOs and with the community, and what we are doing with the private sector. So very briefly, and I think I'm taking this platform to unveil our strategy. First of all, we are looking to last mile solution, affordable solution, which a consumer, a family who earn maybe a few thousand Rwandan franc can afford. So we are talking about that. So first we are talking about, I talked about the big picture. So let me come down, zoom in. This month, probably at the end of this month, we are releasing call for proposal. Now, today we signed the agreement with EPD. So EPD is our formal partner. Please keep looking into EPD website and everything. What we are doing, Initially, we are launching call for proposal for 10 SMEs in clean cooking and clean fuel, who will undergo a 3-month course. I will be a bit critical. GIZ tried to do that, REKIC project. What you did, most of them? The senior people, they did not come. They sent their junior people. So whatever the teaching they transferred was not transferred to the higher authority. So these are only for founder and co-founder. You have to go through 3 months 12-module course. In the childhood, we have played snake and ladder. So we are developing playbook for those SMEs, even including NGOs, who will learn the technique of snake and ladder to reach the top. Those who reach the top, we will have an investment pitch for you after 3 months. Those who pass the investment pitch by independent jury, we will give you the support for first year to realize your business plan. And if you are able to do that, we will link you with the impact investors. Please believe me, the world of grant is going. Probably you are facing the last phase of grant. So don't depend on the grant. You have to become smart. You have to become a business. So that's what we are doing with you. And you will be the first breed of NGO or SME come entrepreneur. We will be looking forward to you. If you are successful, we will scale it up. We are also having just 1 minute, Caroline. We are also launching a cadre of community representative. We call them community resource person or small SMEs who will be working aside with you to reach to the last mile solution. So we are addressing the supply chain whole. And probably next month, this time, you will see this is happening. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much. And just 2 final words before we end the session. So I think it's come out clearly there can be a wide range of sources for clean cooking, not always looking in terms of what we donor provide. And this includes financing from the households themselves, if they can be incentivized to invest in the sector, and then climate finance. But all this, again, requires that the products produced are of quality, then there are sound businesses in place, so capacity building really becomes also a critical aspect, and then government support towards de-risking the sector and unlocking additional investments. Okay, so a round of applause for the panelists, and thank you very much.
Thank you, dear panelists and moderator. Please, may I invite you to the podium for a quick photo?
Thank you. Maybe can I tell the last line?
The last what?
We have heard about for Rwanda, by Rwandan. Am I right? So my last line is for Africa, by Rwandan. Oh. And you will see in 1 year. Now you will tell me how an Indian sitting in Rwanda, representing European, telling this. Oh yeah. Obu undi umuinya Rwanda. Mora kose.
I think he spent too much time in Rwanda. Welcome to Tanzania, by the way. A quick photo, please. Now, as they're taking the photo, I would like to turn to our 4th panel and our very, very last discussion. I do have a personal issue on this panel being put last, but don't worry, I have complained to Serge. And I hope that the next conference, that this will be the first, he promised me it will be the first panel. So when you do receive the agenda for the 6th edition, may that be your first comment. Gender topic should be the first one. As we heard today in the panel that just finished, they addressed it. But it's an important topic to be dealt with in energy. So now I invite the moderator for the panel on advancing gender inclusivity in energy transition. This will be Alan. Your last name. I'll try. No, I cannot try. Please. I don't want to destroy it. Ah, it's not French. How you say it? Alain? How do you say it? Alain Munganyika. Munganyiha. It's okay.
Why are we standing?
Across Africa, women are powering the future of clean energy. From driving electric buses to leading engineering innovations, their contributions are shaping the transition to sustainable power. What began as an initiative has grown into platforms like PowerHer and EPD, fostering leadership and empowerment in the renewable energy sector.
Icyatumye nkunda mekanike nge nakuze ndi umwana mutoya. Abantu benshi numva bavuga ngo hari imirimo y'abahungu, hari imirimo y'abakobwa. Ariko nge numvaga kubera iki ko twese turi abantu, kubera iki nanjye iyo mirimo y'abahungu ntayikora. Imwe nimwe nangira kuyitoza, ndabyibuka kera nakundaga no gukina.
I was saying that it is my great honor to moderate today's session on advancing gender inclusivity in energy transition, focusing on gender perspectives and empowerment in the sector. And also being the last session, I hope it does not bore you guys because we are tired. So this session is designed to be both inspiring and interactive. We will begin and end with real stories from women in the sector, and in between we'll dive into a panel discussion with experts who are shaping the future of inclusive energy systems. I invite all of you to listen, reflect, engage, because advancing inclusivity is something we can only achieve together. Today, joining on today's panel, help me to welcome Richard Ndichunguye, the Senior Assistant for Adaptation and Green Cities at GGGI. Next, Dr. Alice Ikuzwe, Deputy Principal of Rwanda IPSC. Lastly, Mr. Damier from the Senior Knowledge Exchange at GRC. As he takes the seat, I would like to start us off by hearing the powerful success story from Mukwindi Nikode, whose journey reminds us of the barriers that can be broken and opportunities that can be created when women are supported in the energy sector.
Across Africa, women are powering the future of clean energy. From driving electric buses to leading engineering innovations, their contributions are shaping the transition to sustainable power. What began as an initiative has grown into platforms like PowerHer and EPD, fostering leadership and empowerment in the renewable energy sector.
Icyatumye nkunda mekanike nge nakuze ndi umwana mutoya. Abantu benshi numva bavuga ngo hari imirimo y'abahungu, hari imirimo y'abakobwa. Ariko nge numvaga kubera iki ko twese turi abantu, kubera iki nanjye iyo mirimo y'abahungu ntayikora. Imwe nimwe nangira kuyitoza, ndabyibuka kera nakundaga no gukina umupira cyane. Ngeze mu gihe cyo guhitamo icyo nziga, numva nekereje mekanike, ndavuga ubundi iriya modoka ivana umuntu mu ntara ikamugeza mu yindi ntara, kubera iki nanjye ntayiga nkazajya nyikora, nkumva nyine ndi proud yabyo pe.
What inspired me to join the energy sector? I think of electric mobility as a perfect intersection between modernizing transport and the use of sustainable energy. So for me, the impact that this would have on the youth, the young women and men that are thinking about new solutions for our continent, and thinking about the impact that this would lead to as far as conserving our planet in preparation for the next generations to come.
At Powerha, we believe that women are not just participants, but leaders in Rwanda's energy transition. Since our establishment in 2020, we have been committed to creating pathways for women and girls to grow, lead, and inspire within the energy sector.
Ndakora neza pe kandi nkora nka bagenzi banjye ibyo nshoboye byose ndabikora wenda icyo navuga ikimbogamizi nuko abenshi baba bumva ko umwana w'umukobwa urasubira yakora imodoka bigakunda ariko hano kwa ari team ari one team one family sha turakora pe mfatanya na basaza banjye nyine tugakora ibintu bikagenda neza.
Through mentorship, community outreaches, networking, and partnerships with schools, public and private institutions like EPD, Powerha continues to break barriers and amplify women's voices.
Empowering women in the energy transition is a strategic pillar of the Energy Private Developers Association. With women comprising above 11% of the workforce in the energy sector, EPD is committed to driving meaningful change by fostering greater gender inclusivity within the private energy space.
Thank you all and good afternoon. I'm just here thanking for the opportunity given to women, even if it's the end of the day. I think last time it will be the beginning. Yeah. So I'm Nicole Mukindi. I was the chairperson of Powerha Rwanda. I'm also the co-founder. When I was just sitting, I was looking around and I say, imagine this room full of men only. From outside supporter to here CEOs, and I was thinking it would be very boring, right? And unbalanced, and also there's also missed opportunities for innovation, right? So I was blessed to grow in a supporting environment where girls could study just like boys. The encouragement is the reason why I'm here and holding this microphone, but not all of us had that chance. Many women in this room had fight through harshest conditions, you know, and to work and to be taken seriously. And they paved the way for us, and we owe them gratitude. I think we can clap for them. Even for me, the resilience was the key. I remember during my internship, I used to walk like 20 kilometers a day just to go and have an experience in mechanical engineering. You know why I was doing that? Because when we're hunting job, we have to prove ourselves what we can do. But for men, sometimes, like some male colleagues, they was relaxing, and no one would question their competence when it comes to job hunting. So we use our extra effort to prove what we can do. Government had given us strong support, but culture still puts invisible barriers. That's why we have created Powerha, a network of women in energy sector in Rwanda. Born with the support of WIRE, it was an initiative under USAID. And with incredible partners like EPD, REG, ministries, universities, we've done a lot. We've created energy clubs in the university. We have organized trainings, workshops, and also mentorship sessions, and also leadership skills training. We have placed 100 women in a well-paid apprenticeship across companies. And now I saw some of them here. They are now celebrated by the very company that are hosting them. So this is a proof that when women are given space, they deliver excellence. I'm a product of such opportunity too. I'm working in Rwanda Energy Group. And I was selected because I was among of top 5 graduates in my university. But I'm asking, what if I have been left out? REC might have missed one of its strong contributors. And how many women are we missing out because of that bias? So network like Powerha, like Rawiz, Starlight, Women Chapter and the Institute of Engineers Rwanda, there's so a lot of those networks. They need support from you. To encourage young women and showcase the work of women leading the energy transitions. We are deeply grateful to the pioneers such as Munyak Seko. She's sitting here, she was on the panel. We have also Teresa Sekamana, and other women that was raised their name in the sector. And we are glad to have people we can learn on, but we also need more women at the front of the table with strong financial backing. We emphasize on that. And also driving, share the innovation and the ideas that can benefit to all of us. So here's my request to all of you in this room. Start by supporting girls. Let our daughters play football, drive cars, and fix a flat tire, please. And speak in public without judgment. In the workplace, give women equal access to training, to expose them to short courses, and provide breastfeeding rooms and health programs and flexible support system. And then hold us accountable for the results. You will be amazed. Support women's network like PowerHer so we can continue mentoring, training, and unlocking opportunity for others. Energy transition is not just about technology. It's about people. And if half of the society is left behind, we cannot transition successfully. I invite all of you to become champions, break the bias, dismantle the glass ceilings, and open the doors. Together, let's ensure that women are not just present in energy transition, but leading it. Thank you so much. Amen.
Can we just agree to end the session? But I will be failing my panelists. So thank you, Nicole. That was amazing. And the energy that took for her to stand here is not simple. So let's jump to the panelists. You've seen our panelists, and to gain the time that we've lost, I'll go straight to the questions, but each panelist, as I ask a question, please take 1 minute to introduce yourself so that our listeners know who is here. And I'll start with Dr. Alice. Drawing from your leadership role in TV80 and higher education, as well as your professional experience in the energy sector, how do you see institutions like IPRC Kigali and universities contributing to increasing women's participation in STEM and energy-related careers?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alice Ikuzwe. I'm the Deputy Principal in charge of academics and training at Rwanda Polytechnic, Kigali College, but I'm also honorary lecturer at University of Rwanda. The question you're asking, it's really, if I have to develop it, it may take a whole thesis. But let me try to summarize it. So the key strategies can be put into 3. First one is area exposure. Second one is visibility. And the third one is support mechanism. When we talk about area exposure, we mean that women or girls, we have to approach them when they are still at high school, not at when they are joining universities, because the product you have at the universities is the result from the high school. What the universities and the Rwanda Polytechnic they are doing is now to go to the high school and encourage the young women when they are choosing their careers. Because to go to the university, you have at least, first of all, to follow the STEM-related subject. So we need to go there, interact with them, especially starting those clubs. Nicole mentioned some of them, but also showing them that they are capable. They are capable through organizing some competition, letting them lead some project, come up with their innovations. So it somehow put away that fear they have of mathematics and physics. Second, when we talk about visibility, we talk about role models. They have to understand that it's not the first time they are going to develop a robot, a drone. There are already some women who did it already. So, and I like it when Nicole mentions some names. I can see so those names. Then when they are sitting here, and they can see that some women manage now to lead the companies, and those companies, they are successful. Why not them? So thanks to those women who are really shaping, who are making life easier for them. But again, also, we encourage male also to be part of it, to be part of the process. If it's only led by women and they are not there to support us, then it will be hard for us to achieve our goals. We also talk about the support mechanism. It's good. We are going to the high school. We are encouraging women to do STEM subjects. We are bringing the role models. It's possible. But if you don't have those support mechanisms at the universities, then now it's also going to be another barrier for them. What the universities are doing is also putting in place some policies which are encouraging or which are setting some rules and guidelines for gender, such as a scholarship targeting those hard subjects we know we don't have women. For example, when you go to Rwanda Polytechnic, it will be difficult to find women doing automobile. So we need to encourage them. We need also to provide the platform which is enabling them to do that. We need to be there to show them, yes, you were 2 in class out of 50 students, but you are capable. Not 2, you will not make it. I remember sometimes when you were choosing those male-dominated subjects, the first comment the trainer will say in the class, I'm not sure if you make it. Honestly, that person will not continue. The first semester, she will drop out. So that's why I said we need the support system. We need the platform, mentorship, where those women can be approached, can interact, and also they feel that they are part of that subject, that program, that society. So to the RP and the universities, we really need to set platform, we need to set policies which are encouraging women to follow, to pursue a STEM-related subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alice. I think Francine should have been invited next time. Make sure you don't miss a seat there. And thank you very much. We all need role models, and as you said, the product that we have at the market level comes from what is taught in school. So I'll move to Richard. GGGI, in collaboration with REMA and other partners, is currently supporting Rwanda in enhancing the integration and tracking of gender-responsive and inclusive actions in its updated NDC 3. This includes developing an AI-driven gender equality and social inclusion index and simulation tool. Could you please share with us how this initiative will ensure that women and marginalized groups are meaningfully included in Rwanda's climate and energy transition agenda, and what opportunities it increases for empowering women in renewable energy sector specifically? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And good to see said many men in this room. When I joined, I also had that worry that I would be the only man among the women. So this is a good indication that we are heading somewhere good. So my name is Richard Ndichunguye. I work for the Global Green Growth Institute. And I'm in the Green Cities and Climate Adaptation portfolio. And as you said, we are currently developing a project that is meant to mainstream gender responsive and inclusive actions in the indices, Rwanda indices that is being updated. And I think all of you, or most of you, know what is AI is. At least you have heard of ChatGPT, etc. That's AI. And the tool we are developing is actually meant to track. I will compare it as a Google map. Do you know the Google map? I think many of you use a Google map to travel from one place to another. Let me call a place, it's a Greenland. I want to go to the Greenland. For me to get there, first of all, I need to have internet, switch on the location, and the Google map will give me different options about how to get to the Greenland. And where I am is about the index. So the index is helping us to track where we are, or the progress we are making. And the simulation is now helping us to simulate whatever policy interventions we are putting in national determined contributions, how they are responding to the challenges we have in the climate change, but also in the energy sector that we are discussing today. So this tool is like a dashboard where we can easily read and get informed, then decide from there. So it's a decision support system. So talking of the renewable energy and how women will benefit from the use of those gender inclusive policies. One is that these policies and the tool itself help us to identify areas for targeted interventions. We're talking about women being fewer, let's say, in the automobile, in the mechanic. So this tool actually is giving us the right numbers and the why, so that we decide from there. It's also an opportunity to develop an inclusive workforce where women will have a stake in it, not only as beneficiaries, but also the leaders in it. Then it also helps us to promote inclusive financing models where women are given that empowerment, that opportunity to really take a stake and lead whatever opportunities are in the energy sector and make a decision we want achievable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Richard. Someone asked me recently that what is gender doing in energy sector? How is gender and energy sector related? And this, I would like to ask you another question, if you don't mind. You said that this AI tool is like a Google map to track the data. My question here is, can you shed more light on the data disaggregated? Like, is there data? And if it's there, or if there's no data, what do you think the lack of data, the role it plays in designing and monitoring inclusive energy policies?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, data is very important. It's actually the foundation of everything. If we don't know where we are in terms of numbers, it's hard to decide. If you are talking about women not having, let's say, women-headed households having less access to energy, how many are they? So that's data. I would compare these to a car. Let's talk of an e-bus that has a problem. You want to fix it, but you don't know which part is broken. How can you fix it? So you need to know that part. So those are the data. So data help us to actually get informed, identify where is the gap, then take an action around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'll move to Mr. Damien. As an international representative and also knowledge exchange senior or partner, what does collaboration and knowledge exchange, like what role does it play, right? And I would like to hear from your perspective, how do collaborations like GRC with EPD or Zarina, how does it promote gender inclusivity in the renewable energy transition? And could you also share examples on how global best practices on gender inclusion have been localized or adapted in Rwanda? You're now Rwandan. Or in other similar African contexts, or the lessons you've learned?
Thanks, Alan. That's a big question. So
Should I repeat it?
No, I'll try my best. Yeah, so I think even until this morning I was asking myself the question, why has Alan asked me to be on this particular panel? And thinking through your question on the GRC and how it promotes gender inclusivity, I thought of the start of the GRC initiative and the Scottish Government asking University of Strathclyde, in particular the Institute of Energy and Environment, to initiate and then and lead the establishment of the GRC. And that institution, the Strathclyde Engineering Department, Institute of Energy and Environment, is heavily male dominated and still struggles to, despite very active outreach STEM programs, to recruit enough females into our engineering courses. So it could be very easy for me or another male colleague asked with that task to initiate a program and think, okay, we're looking at knowledge exchange, renewable energy knowledge exchange. Key issues are mini-grids, technology, integration, financing, etc., etc. We're not a gender inclusivity project specifically, but sometimes we might on a forum talk about how that's an important aspect, but it's not designed into the program. But our funding and all of the funding that comes through Scottish Government's International Development Programme has gender mainstreaming requirements throughout it. So at the start, we were very clearly tasked with designing our theory of change and our programme, and we had to have a very specific outcome, at least one, that was gender sensitive, gender specific, and associated indicators. So at the start, we had to bring in, because I'm certainly not an expert in that area, we had to bring in a gender specialist. They did a gender analysis and they helped us with that initial design of the programme. So that, I think, has been key, and I think that initiation and the design in of female participation and gender inclusivity is essential. And from that point, the gender analysis was heavily influenced by the work of and the publications of UN Women and the priorities. There's a lot of priorities in there. Some have heard of different, all the way through the energy sector, from rural communities up to policy making and industry leadership. So we were looking in the knowledge exchange area, and we were, a lot of the recommendations that came out of that were to do with skills development, mentorship, internship opportunities, networking opportunities, and platforms for female voices. So that was part of the initial sort of concept development for GRC. So then, with that, we're looking for partners. So we go out and we look for partners in each of the countries. And gender is now very much part of the requirements for our partners. And we're looking for partners then that have aligned priorities and have gender inclusivity built into their strategy and operations. And we were very lucky to find those partners. And for example, one of the first things that EPD asked us to support them on was the launch of the female subsector and your excellent survey and report. So very clear to us that these were partners who probably knew, or definitely knew, much more than we did in that area. And we were well aligned. And they had female leaders. So we're already on the right track. So I think that I think has been very important into building that. And then from there, I think what has been very important within this collaboration is that having that strategy in place, having the partners with gender inclusivity already part of what they're doing, then it's a matter of giving them the platform to tell you what is important, what's needed. So PowerHer has achieved certain things and done great things, but what's next? Where is the support required? So that these types of knowledge exchange networks need to access that knowledge and be informed by it and allow that to influence the next steps and the things that will be prioritized coming through. I think that's probably what I would like to say on that. In terms of the experiences of the GRC.
And also, is there, sorry to cut you short, but so that you answer it together, and also are there impacts that are being done? Or are you seeing any impact in this knowledge exchange?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a shame we don't have a lot more time, because I could invite our colleagues up from Malawi and Zambia to talk about that. But we've already heard about the impacts here and the work that you're doing through the female subsector and PowerHer. In Malawi, we're able to fund REAMA to work with UNDP and other women in energy initiatives to go into rural areas and work on capacity building for businesses on productive use of energy around mini-grid ecosystems that had been built. So promoting the access and use of energy very much from a female perspective. And again, it was a female leader within the REAMA board that initiated that programme, designed it and put it forward for funding, and we were able to push that into Scottish Government as a funding request. And one of the big value adds that our colleagues in Zarina bring is their leadership within the Zambia Gender Energy Network, and again designed into the programme through their promotion of that has been outreach events. You'll hear more about this tomorrow. There's a presentation on some of the impact from the GRC programmes over the last year. So outreach at schools, STEM outreach to girls' schools, and support of the Zambian Gender Energy Network conference this year. So quite considerable focus of the day-to-day activities within the GRC regarding female inclusivity.
Thank you very much, Demier. My second question goes to Dr. Alice. And I promise you guys we are almost closing today's session. Dr. Alice, again, today I'll just focus on your experience in education and energy sector, and also as someone that joined it at when things weren't as smooth as they are today. I'd like you to share with us what you think are the barriers for women entering and staying in the energy sector, and how you think or believe these can be addressed. Over to you.
Thank you so much. The first barrier women are facing, not only in energy sector but in all men-dominated sector, is culture and society expectation, where from the beginning is so quoted male-dominated. So already that word, that environment discourage women to continue, or is one of the reasons, even if when they are trying to put all the effort, that quotation of male jobs, it's really discouraging them. The second barrier is work environment. We have realized that even if some of our students female. They managed to do STEM at high school. They are doing engineering at the university. Now they are joining industry or companies. The work environment there is also a barrier if it's not really conducive, specifically for female. So here we are talking about the engineering work. We are talking about this work where when they want to give benefit, they are all attributed to male. Sometimes you find that we want to promote a female for leadership, and then they are starting with some of the assumptions. How this person in 6 months or 7 months should be in a maternity leave. How are we going to survive? This project will not continue. Let's find someone else. So those bias, that the way they are setting environments, it can attract women or discourage women to join it. And really, it's an advocacy. We want to do campaign, especially for energy sector, really to try to do difference, showing that they are capable. So those bias should not really be a reason for not promoting them, for not recognizing what they are doing. The third one is, I can call it structural bias, where women, they are having double burden. They have to deal with their professional career, but at the same time, household responsibilities. It's really very critical because when it comes to where they are performing, sometimes compared to the male, it's difficult for them to perform at the level they are expected to. But again, should not be really a reason for not recognizing what they're doing. So those are some of the barriers women who are joining male-dominated sector are facing, including energy sector. But again, as the government of Rwanda is really putting a lot of effort in putting policies so that they can encourage women to join those male-dominated sector, starting from policies, where policies are designed to not really left behind women, but to attract them in those sector. But also, we need to look at the practicability of it. We are talking about the energy sector. Maybe Nicole mentioned about it. When you are doing engineering and you are a female, you have to do double work to prove them that you are capable. So those industries, especially companies sitting here, please give women opportunities. Don't push them to do double work to prove that they are capable. That's really some of the barriers, some of the barriers our students are facing, especially when we are requesting industrial attachment for them. You may find that we are looking for industrial attachment for female in electrical, and they have to send them to Rusizi. Then the first question they will send, oh, you sent us a list of 10 people and you can still have 6 female. I don't think they are really going to Rusizi. Maybe you can find another area. What does it mean? You are already discouraging them to come or to join the sector. And also we need to have, I don't know, but that mindset where girls are discouraged from families, from early stage when they are choosing their subject, when they are choosing their career, where they are discouraged from their household, where they are told that you are female, you cannot do manufacturing. That's an example. You cannot be a driver. Find something else. But they like it. Why should they find something else? So we need really to continue doing the advocacy, the campaign, but also we need to start at our home, where we encourage that the kids of 4 years, when you are buying toys, we mix. Not only buying the Barbie, trying to find a drone, show her how to ride, show her that she can do something else. As you said, Nicole said, let her play football. Why not? So I think some of the barriers, they have to be tackled starting from our home and also from our working place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. That was very great, and I can really relate to all the barriers that you've mentioned, and I want to challenge each and everyone that is here, either male or female. Ask yourself, how do you facilitate women in your companies? When I say how do you facilitate, I'm not saying that you give us an easy hand or an easy pass, but do not put a pressure on us to test that we are capable, the pressure that you wouldn't put on my fellow male. So with the interest of time, I'd like to thank our panelists for the great and insightful information they've shared with us. And we can have 2 to 3 questions as we come to the end of our session. Please, when you state your question, you can also address it to the person, or if there's an additional information you would want to add on, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Francine. I'm the founder and CEO of Munyaxico, a company in solar energy. And I would like, and it's really touched me what Dr. Alice mentioned even now, and I would really like to have a kind of call of action for all of us. Why? Just to explain to you also my experience, since we are in a male-dominated sector, we do positive discrimination, definitely. Thanks to this positive discrimination, we really check what are the potential of ladies, of women. And thanks to that, we managed to have 60% of women in our company. So this is very possible. It's challenging, it's difficult, but it's possible. Why it is challenging? Because as Dr. Ali said, and as you said, Alain, in the work environment, when we hire women in age of procreation, we have this challenge. It's not a challenge, it's normal life of maternity leave, which are not fully reimbursed by the Social Security, which makes really us paying twice more. When we hire a woman, when she gets pregnant and she delivers, we are not fully reimbursed. And we need also to have someone we have to replace the person because the person has an important job. So it's very difficult for SMEs to really manage with that. So definitely, the first call of action is really to sensitize all of us to really battle, to have, when I mean battle, to influence, to really mention that it's very, very important if we have maternity leave that they are fully reimbursed by the Social Security. This is very important. A second point also, we have maternity leave, but the paternity leave is very, very small. So the mothers, when they are at home, they are alone, difficult to manage. So very important also to see how we can influence and make the paternity leaves longer. And reimbursed also by the Social Security. This is something very important. So I call you really to really mention that to authorities who can really change this paradigm. Another point also for us as a woman, it's really important to have a comfort in our organization. I can have one of my staff who has a baby, and then after 3 months she comes back, and she has challenge because she doesn't find a person to care about the baby. So when she's at the office, she's really worried. She doesn't know about who. She took someone to care about the baby, but she's not sure. And recently I have my staff. She came back to work, and the baby had a violent treatment from the nunu, from the nanny. I don't know how to say that. So she was bad. The baby was bad, and then she comes back to work the day after. How she can work? So can we find a way to have this kind of financing of comfort of mothers at the office? It's not easy, but we can be creative. So I call also for action for that one. Another one also very important, and I'm really calling for action for EPD and for us also to influence EPD. We have this session about women. What time is it? It's the last session. It's always like this. All the...
Where's Serge?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's do that.
He's not here, but the vice chairman. Oh, there he is.
So, Serge, we need to do this session, the first one, because we are 50% on the planet. 50%. So this needs to be the first session. But it's not a particularity to this event. All the events where I go, we are always at the end of the day, we are forgotten, we are... Please. Yes. So that's the last call for action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francine. CEO, I don't think you're ready to fight this battle now. There are more than one voice. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me. I won't take more questions as we are on the clock. Allow me to welcome our closing testimony as we wrap up today's session. But before that, I would like to thank my panelists for accepting the invitation and being here. It really means a lot to the energy, female inclusion subsector, and also the EPD and all the institutions that you are representing, because you are already on this journey of advocating for gender inclusivity. Thank you very much. So help me welcome Ms. Vestine to give us the last testimony as the closure of our discussion for today. And you're welcome to go back to your seats as she comes in.
Please take a good photo before they leave. You, moderator, and the panelists. We have to remember to capture this moment. Please join. Thank you.
We're not done yet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dear honorables, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed. It's quite challenging to speak at the last, but allow me to share my journey. I will be brief. Just give me 3 minutes. So I'm truly honored to share my journey with you today. It means so much to me in my career. So I'm Vestine Wase. Currently, I work in construction in quality control department as mechanical and electrical engineer on quality control and quality assurance side. So today, it's really hard to speak after all of these people because they have already shared. We have like the same journey, but on my personal journey, I would like to start from where I got my inspiration from. So my inspiration to step in energy sector came from my late father. He was a very good electric engineer. So as my name says, I'm Wase. Like it means someone dads in our language. Normally they name it to a woman who looked like her father. So people often told me that I look like my dad. So, and they could go on and explain how good he was at his job. So unfortunately, he died when I was still young. I had 2 years by then. So at my young age, I was inspired by his legacy, and I decided that I will be an electric engineer. So in primary school, I was doing well, I had good grades, and it was hard to convince my teachers that I'm choosing STEM because I did electricity in high school. They all highly encouraged me to become a doctor, but I really wanted to be an electric engineer. So I did electric engineering bachelor's degree. Then I started in construction as an intern. I forgot to tell you that I'm finding members of Power. So starting from there, I got internship through Power. He exposed us. We learned a lot about in that sector, street lighting, because even if I was very inspired to do it, I didn't have that much knowledge, but I really wanted to learn. So it's quite challenging because in most companies I've worked with so far, I was the only girl in department. Still now, I'm the only girl in my department. So especially in multicultural environments, where there is like more than 5 nationalities, and you are the only girl there, it's very hard to convince people. That's when it comes to, it requires you to work hard. And most of the time it requires to work twice as hard, more than others. So when you are trying your best, actually one of my mentors, I was telling her the challenges, and I told her that I'm trying my best, and she told me that, Vestine, you should not try your best. Do your best, be very good at what you are doing, so that whoever wants to challenge you, whoever wants to underestimate you, they won't have any looms. And I've been following that, and I would like to give that advice to other young girls and women who are in the same field as mine, that even if it's sometimes hard, you have to, if you are very good at what you are doing, no one will question you. Because when you are undervalued and underestimated, yet you know that you are very good at what you are doing, sometimes you question yourself. But what gave me motivation every day is that I gave it to myself as an assignment, that if I quit today, because of challenges, late nights, stressful handover stages, if I quit today, they won't hire a girl anymore, or they won't hire a woman anymore. So I have to do this to prove them wrong, so that next time, no one will have to question that a woman can do this. And so far, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. So my takeaway from this conference, as an advice I'm giving, I'm giving this to myself, and I would like to share with you. Let's take this one as assignment to everyone. So we always say, okay, female inclusion, women inclusion, but if you look at practicality, we don't do that. So I would like to call for application, enforce that policy. As Ms. Francine said, we all face that issues. And sometimes when you are even sick, you struggle to communicate that you are sick because you know they may even take it in a wrong way, which is not true. So as we are advancing in energy transition through why we are doing female or women inclusion, let's take a note that as long as someone is willing to do things, is willing to do the work, let us give them chance. Let us give them the chance because we can do it. And there is a lot of ladies who has proved that we can do it. And I'm trying to be one of them as well because I've been privileged to have mentors who encouraged me to stay on this path because honestly it wasn't easy. So I would like to mentor other girls who are coming so that we can keep moving. Thank you so much for your time.
Wow, powerful. Thank you very much, Vestine, for that. And if you do indeed look like your father, what a beautiful man he was. And as you said, yeah, let us give a chance to females. And I know today I've been giving Serge a hard time, but as I was listening to the barriers and the different discussions, I just thought of a little something. I've been giving Serge a hard time, but I remember the first time he asked me to come help him with the facilitation for the fourth edition, I was heavily pregnant. And I thought, Serge, who wants to hire someone if they are heavily pregnant? And he was like, no, you will do it. If you are tired, you will sit, somebody will help you. So this is just to spotlight that EPD is out there implementing some of the things that we've been talking about. And here I am, I stand, 6 months postpartum, and I'm still back here. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've had. From the strategic remarks we've heard, from the different panel discussions on the policy, on the clean cooking, on the financing challenges, and also now on the gender inclusiveness. It's very clear that Africa's energy transition is needed, possible, and urgent. And with that, and also, as one of the panelists said, it can be done by Africans for Africa. He did say Rwanda, but I heard Africa. Thank you all for your active participation today and for your energy and also for bearing with me during the times I was manhunting you, trying to bring you back here. It was all to make sure that we finish on time. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jean-Claude, who is the Vice Chair, for the official wrapping up and closing remarks. After his remarks, we will proceed to the business and matchmaking, which will be happening at the Pegola. IT, please, can you project the list of companies which will be happening at the Pegola? And quickly, marketing myself. I didn't even see that. Quickly, there will be, yes, these are the companies that Minifra, LuxDev, GIZ, Irena, Powerha, Malawi, Zambia, and Dr. Mohammed from Agritel, who are willing to sit down and talk to you guys. So please, after we close, I hope that you have an excellent matchmaking and hopefully you'll be able to meet your future partner. But also at the matchmaking, there will be a desk with Emmanuel there, who will be giving out some of the matchmaking and dinner invitations, because you know we have a dinner today at 6:30. For those who haven't yet received the dinner invitation, so please don't run away. Maybe you do have an invitation there. And with that, thank you very much. Asanteni sana. I hope you have a great evening, and let's reconvene tomorrow, refreshed and ready to dive deeper. And I will be a delegate tomorrow, so I'll be able to network with everyone. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, has been a great day, full of knowledge and exchange and business starting. It's just the beginning, as she just said, Shari Rosanna, and we're expecting much more. So I was given a task to try and wrap up what we covered. It has been a long day. You can't say it all, but starting in the morning, we had some opening remarks from different institutions and visitors from our friends and partner countries. These included EPD. In his remarks, the CEO highlighted the partnerships we have. Then PSF commended our efforts and how we are doing well among the 80 associations making the federation. The chairman highlighted our journey of the last 13 years, but also invited us in the same format of conference and exhibition next year, same dates. I hope you will be there and you will be coming with much more visitors and much more ideas. We had the development partners, starting with EU, that unveiled so many projects that are in the pipeline. For the business community, this is an open door of what you can do beyond Rusizi 3, going to Rusizi 4, and others. RDB mentioned how electricity access and the challenges in energy can only be overcome by the partnership with private sector, but also mentioned a number of incentives that are in place to help investors in the sector. The Honorable Minister, who is the guest of honor, called again for much more innovative energy generation solutions and venturing into more a variety of energy mix, without forgetting local innovations, technology transfer, focusing on affordability of electricity, not only the access. These included solar irrigation systems, large scale, that he also says he wanted to see how this can solve some of the problems we have, such as intermittent grid. We had sessions this afternoon, starting in the morning and this afternoon, about 4 of them, which covered almost what we need to kick off, to kickstart, then be able tomorrow to consolidate the pathway of energy. NST2 and ESSP 2024-2029 shown clearly how Rwanda has a blueprint that are guiding our pace towards achieving the goals we have. We have now an installed capacity of 465 megawatt, and we want to achieve 615 by 2030. The government is not working alone. We had the intervention of the civil society, especially that are acting in the climate action and trying to overcome the challenges of affordability of communities. Technical support for new technologies, including solar cooking and inclusive transition, were also discussed. investment opportunities linked to industrialization, financial literacy, and building the skills are tools that will help achieving the goals set. This, of course, cannot be done if we don't have strong policies, regulations, and de-risking financial instruments that will help attract investments to reach the ambitious goals. In the second panel discussion, Mission 300 and Energy Transition Challenges, where we have to power 300 million Africans by 2030. Rwanda has a pathway on this, from 10% in 2010 and now around 80%. Other countries also demonstrated and showcased their progress. Zambia on the impact of the 300 program, with challenges on consumers. Nigeria showing how they are de-risking investments through grants, blended policies, blended financing, and investment calls. Malawi showing how they need much more coordination and applying localized solution through PPPs. And Rwanda bringing on financial opportunities that are existing, but also add subsidies due to high cost of some of the technologies. All these challenges shown by different countries will only have solutions that are blended, solutions that are involving all stakeholders, private, civil society, and the businesses. Panel number 3 was about financing clean cooking. In Rwanda, we have more projects that are totaling more than 20 million from the government and partner support. There is a high potential of carbon financing. Already 20 companies are engaged. Fuel availability is a critical issue. Efforts were made to promote manufacturing of stoves and appliances, but some of them will require the fuels that may not be there if not manufactured or produced in number. There is still need for financial support or investment to expand supply and access. There is need for machinery, marketing, logistics, and blended finance to unlock this investment opportunity. This area was found to be having a great gender inclusiveness aspects, and women-led enterprises need to be supported with low interest rates on loans and tax incentives as they speak the language they know better. Last but not least, first in the next Energy Week is the session on gender, a wonderful one and a powerful one. It started and ended in an innovative way by giving testimonies. We had testimonies of 2 beautiful ladies who are in technology, who are in energy, who decided not to be threatened by, you will not make it, it's not your business. They did it, and here they are. Emphasis was put on ensuring that there's equal access to through technology, designing plans with gender in mind. Sharing success stories, as I just mentioned, is important, and it's one of the ways that we will encourage, especially the young ones. We should not wait the time they reach university, but we should encourage them as they're still young, so that they even are able to choose the prerequisites before they go into the mainstream. Keep encouraging women venture into the traditional male-dominated roles. I don't know what men will do at that time. They should also try to venture in the female traditional roles so that the balance can remain. Some of them are even recreative, and we don't know. Ending, we were urged to continue advocacy and really encourage the young girls, as I mentioned. Some take homes, strong public-private partnership and inclusiveness engagement, that's one of them. Financing and innovative tools, these include subsidies, carbon credits, and are essential. Scaling clean cooking requires focus on fuel, affordability, logistics, and women's leadership. Policy coherence across different blueprints will be key, such as NST2, ESSP, Vision 2050, and similar blueprints in other countries, in order to not lose the focus. Regional learning and knowledge exchange, the example of GCR, where we have 4 countries, Scotland, Zambia, Nigeria, Malawi. They were giving the example that were given on Scotland, but also Zambia, Nigeria, Malawi, on how the knowledge exchange across the countries can help us move forward. Removing barriers that limit women's participation in the energy sector. We learned it through the journey of the 2 beautiful women in energy. Without further ado, I would like, on behalf of EPD, to extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for all distinguished delegates, speakers, panelists, sponsors, partners, whose insights and the participation itself made this day one a success. Special thanks go to our MC, Shari Rosanna. Thank you so much. At least we had a female MC. Thank you, our CEO, for making the choice. And thank you for not refusing her to be an MC when she was heavy. So thank you so much. You are a gentleman. So as I said, starting, we're going to go for the matchmaking business, but we will be having a business dinner at 4 points. Please, as you go out, look for Emmanuel. If you have not collected your ticket, Emmanuel is there. He will be somewhere at the tables. And 6:30, we meet at 4 points and we proceed. So, but first of all, let's go to the matchmaking. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, I still have like 2 announcements. We are also organizing site visit. One that will be visiting methane gas at Rubavu and hydropower along that side. And we are also organizing site visit of e-mobility in Kigali. We'll be visiting assembling plants of the e-motors and charging stations of the e-vehicles here in Kigali. We'll be visiting 2 companies, and we'll be visiting Clean Cooking Technologies, the company that is manufacturing fuel technology, and also the improved cook stoves. And we are also planning to visit agri-photovoltaic plant at Nasho in Eastern Province. So I can ask the team there to project the QR code. Those who are interested, please book in advance so that we can arrange it accordingly. The last one is about the CSR, corporate social responsibility. After this conference, we used to have corporate social responsibility, and we invite you to be part of it. Last time, with the BK Foundation, we have been able to electrify 141 households with also 141 improved cook stoves. For those who are willing to participate, we will also reaching out to you, and also please do the same. Thank you. See you at the matchmaking there. Then I'll be also near that site for giving you the dinner invite for those who didn't get it. Thank you. Site visit.
It is essential for the energy transition. By empowering women, we empower communities.
My vision for women in the energy transition is it's beyond just having more women, more ladies, it's not just about the numbers. I would love to see more women on the different tables, the design tables, the decision-making tables, the implementing tables.
We are not only closing the gender gap, but also unlocking the full potential of our energy transition, ensuring women are not only included in the energy transition, but leading it.
The energy transition is not just about technology, it is about people. Together, we can build an inclusive future where women and men power Africa's clean energy journey.